I just wanted to give you this. I did hear. I'm so sorry about the jacket. So I created a little package for you. Open it, but I'm sure it's like really big. Well, it's actually not me. I actually have holy water here for you. So hopefully it'll help you. We're praying for you. And I know that if you are in prison, it's a really hard time, and I'm hoping and praying that it's not Joliet. Yeah, it is. You are the house of Hezbollah because you are chanting on the streets from the river to the sea. You are a jihadist, and you just lied to a little boy, a little Jewish boy who's sitting here, and telling him all these falsehoods, telling him that he's safe and that you hear him and you understand him and you don't hear him. No, are you okay? You're the one that's not okay. You're the one that was indicted, not me. But anyways, I did include a few items for sustenance. There's cat food, and you're welcome. I also created a little placemat that says cat, so when you're in prison, people can know where you're eating. This is holy water. I think you need to be baptized or reborn. There's actually a lot. I mean, this is like prison food, which you'll need once you're in prison, like pickles. I mean, there's ramen, spicy brown rice. I don't think it's weird. Cat, and I mean, this is a toothbrush because you'll need it once you're in prison as a little tool to protect yourself. Some soap. If you scan the QR code, a little message from President Trump. There you go. If you want it or not. I think that's the RNC. Here's some more snacks for sustenance.
If you guys don't know what's going on here, this is you guys remember all the huge fans remember the video from Broadview of the Democrat candidate running for Congress that got thrown on her butt, and she kept landing on her butt, going boom, boom, boom. She kept getting thrown on her butt. Well, this is her, Kat Abu Gazela. That she's got the bag that says Kat Abu Gazela. This is not a school board meeting. This was like a campaign event for two people running for Congress. The woman dressed in all black is the Republican running for Congress in Illinois, and the one with the white shirt on with the bag over her shoulder is Kat Abu Gazela. She's running as the Democrat. She's been an ardent anti-ICE protester, stopping vehicles, and she got arrested for impeding ICE, and she's federally charged with felonies. And you saw her the video. I should have found the video of her getting thrown on her butt. And anyway, so this girl the opponent brought her a gift bag to help her with prison. Her opponent, a toothbrush and cat food and ramen and different stuff she might need in the gift bag for prison. So it was kind of funny, I thought. So.
And yours truly for President Trump. Yeah. You'll need them. You want them? Oh, okay. Well, you're lost. Good luck. If you would be a little bit kinder, probably would call President Trump willing to have a little bit more thanksgiving. Do you want the holy water?
Do you want the holy water?
I think you need it because it just seems like you're possessed. Like you are possessed. Yeah.
Possessed.
I feel so sorry for you. I feel so sorry. But I'll be praying for you.
I'll be praying for you. Wow. Ads. Oh, wow. Ads. Yes, there are ads. I will fix it right now. I forgot again. My bad. My bad. Let me fix it. I think it's fixed now. Should be fixed. Sorry. My bad. My bad. We got ads. My bad. I screwed that all up. I think that's fixed. There. Let's see. Yes. Yes. Done. 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 Not late. Everyone's here. Get that going. All right. That's good. That's good. Still got a screwed up thing on Instagram. Okay. All right. Well, let's see who's here tonight. We got the first person that was here was Mr. Sharkman, G Sharkman or GS Harkman, whatever it is. And I said, I said, what's up? And the Trumpinator was here. I'm here for Jim to tell us what we know. Tuckwheat says, Jim will tell you everything you don't want to know. And Trumpinator, if he doesn't, I will. Okay, whatever that means. Hail, Jim Somniacs. What's up? Miss Pat Hacker. I am Bob is here too. What's up? Nate the Lawyer fans. Yes. As far as I know, Nate still hasn't had surgery. There was some more pictures posted, and he posted a image of the tumor, and it looks rather large. So they're waiting for some more specialists and stuff to come, and maybe tomorrow or something. Hey, HJ Remy's here. Let's go. What's up? How you doing? Awesome to see you. Catherine K's here. Hail, Jim and Jim Somniacs. How you doing? Miss Hacker's here too. How you doing? Jay Marco, what's up, man? Nice to see you. Wrench Turner 42's here too. What's up, man? Jules is here. It says, hey, I'm up past my bedtime, still working. Excited to be here with you all live. Everyone, please hit that like button for Jim on the way in. Yes, it's very nice. Please do that. And Val Hallex is not late. He's always right on time. What's up, Dan? How you doing? The other Gagax. Tim Lorson is here too. What's up, buddy? How you doing? Yes, I got the ads. I fixed them. I'm sorry. Oh, Mandate Givens here. What's up? Howdy. How you doing? Nanny Goat's here also. What's up? How you doing? Are the names fixed in the chat? What do you know? Oh, well, G Sharkman's is fixed, I think. Trumpinator. All right. For some reason, it looks like they might be fixed. Let me look. No, they're still not fixed. Let's see if I post in there though. Let me see. Let's see. Pam Graham's here. What's up? How you doing? Nice to see you. Steve's here. What's up, Steve? Great to see you. Oh, let's see. Still not. If I post in StreamYard, it comes up correct as Jim tells you. If I post on YouTube, it comes up screwed up. See, look, if I post on StreamYard, it comes up Jim tells you. If I post on YouTube, it comes up like that. So it's still something screwed up with YouTube. I don't know what it is. Very strange. Rachel Boone's here. What's up? Nice to see you. Great to see you. Pat Graham. Last you read, Nate's surgery is Wednesday. Remember the ads? I think I got them. I think I got the ads. This is the mystery of 2025. It is. It's blowing my mind. But anyway, and then I got this other short video I wanted to show real quick before we get into the news, just because I thought it was interesting. This is a professor at Purdue University crashed a Turning Point USA meeting and mocked the students, calling them all racists.
Oh, you want to know what fascism means? Because I'll tell you. You guys want to know?
Yeah.
You have a society. Okay. So you have a situation here where you want to go into classrooms and you want to tell the faculty that they're not allowed to speak the truth about the history of this country. You want them to be, what's the word for slaves now? Involuntary employees or involuntary workers. We can't even say slavery. That's ridiculous.
Wanting to impose on the teachers. We are wanting this to be within the students. And
But the students want to decide what history is.
No, we know what history is, actually. Yeah. Did you know that all of our founding fathers were actually Christian, and this country was formed on Christian values?
Hey, what's up, Tactics here? What's up? How you doing? Says, just saw a short from years back when Trump was on SNL. Hilarious. Trump inferred ham and Trump impersonator used tiger painting to F men. Okay. He did, but fixed now. Okay, cool. Red Shirt says, I had to fix my handle that other day as well, was showing username and not handle. I don't know why. I don't know why it's doing that. I don't understand it. I don't know what's going on. I hope Nate has a great outcome. He's top law too. Yeah. Did you just start? Because I saw a 10 p.m. start time. I started at 10:20. I had it originally set for 11 o'clock start time. And then I got everything set up. And I was like, oh, it's 20 to 10. Why don't I just start at 20 after 10, give 40 minutes? That way the notifications go out. I didn't have everything set up in time to start at 10. And I was going to start at 11, but then I was like, I'll start at 10:20. So, Gundam Ziggs here is I am a figment of both our imaginations. We need to be committed. If I am the best, we could conjure up. Right. I hope so. It's still off. What do you mean? What's still off? What's off? I don't know what you mean. Pathfinder's here too. Where's Pathfinder? Lady Bama's here. Hey, how you doing? Good evening, everybody. Different channel, Pam. Off topic, but I keep seeing a halftime show with Erica Kirk. Is it during the Super Bowl or on a different channel? Yeah, I think she was confused. She doesn't know what indentured servitude is. I think she thinks it's something somebody made up. Oh, okay, because it's 9:33 here. Don't want to miss anything. No, you didn't miss anything. You didn't miss anything. No problem. All right, let's go. Let's get into some news here. Get right into some. All right. We got a tyrannical judge that's going crazy. All right. We got the nonsense. We got a magistrate judge, William Fitzpatrick, appointed by a partisan D.C. area Democrat judges in 2022, is going out of his way to carry water for James Comey. Fitzpatrick, through his highly irregular ruling, is grasping at straws to make his findings that Lindsay Halligan somehow did something wrong. She did not. Fitzpatrick is even pretending there's missing evidence. Is there any basis for his conspiracy theory? They know the evidence against Comey is damning. He lied to Congress to cover up his clear corruption and politicizing and weaponizing intel agencies and law enforcement to take out political enemies, the biggest scandal in American history. So they're doing everything they can to stop Lindsay Halligan. Lindsay Halligan is clearly over the target. The Justice Department must appeal this fact-free and lawless ruling by Fitzpatrick. The deep state protects its own. Yeah, Judge says Justice Department may have committed misconduct in the Comey case. Oh, what's this say? I got a Ko-Fi bot. It says visit Jim Tells You Ko-Fi page. All right, Twitch. That's weird. What is that? Indentured servitude is making people with dentures work. Could be. It could be. Oh, that must be some kind of bot that's posting there automatically. Huh. Interesting. Anyway, YouTube did get the goals fixed. I forgot to say, they did get the goal fixed. If you notice, there's a goal, and I set it for 3 hours before we started. So it just says for every $75 in total donations across all platforms, including memberships, the show will be extended by 1 hour. Bellavision will be activated when we hit $50, or if an individual donation of $25 or greater comes in. All right, there you can donate on PayPal, Cash App, or Ko-Fi. Those links are all pinned in the chat. You can also use Super Chats or Rumble Rants or gifted memberships or become a member on YouTube or Rumble. All things will be added together to meet the goal. Consider that as you for what it is, for whatever it is. I don't know. I'm not very good at that spiel. I'm going to have to work on it. So, Lindsay Halligan, she purty. Yeah, 2022, John Solomon claims Durham will bring justice. 2025, Mike Davis claims A.G. Bondy will bring justice. Don't hold your breath. Yeah, that's how I'm starting to feel. We'll see. As Julie Kelly points out, oh boy, I, for one, am really enjoying the judiciary's sudden, granular scrutiny of the DOJ's claims related to indictments. Questions about the integrity of secret grand jury proceedings and potential mishandling of privileged materials. Yeah. If you remember, like Trump, they said that Trump had no attorney-client privilege when they raided his lawyers and made his lawyers turn over all the communications Trump had with his lawyers. So this is different now. It's Comey, so it's different. Always different. Hey, Steve Hilliard, what's up? Jim, chat, especially Miss Hacker. He says, hi, Mr. Hilliard. Yes. Yes. And as you can see, Bella's just chilling. There she is. Just chillinating with her little dog. This is the magistrate said an FBI agent who may have viewed Comey's privileged materials was nevertheless permitted to present evidence at the grand jury. So it says was may have viewed, not knows it. So this guy's using speculation. It's a highly irregular decision and a radical departure. He was the only witness. He said, rather than remove himself until the taint team was resolved, they proceeded to the grand jury undeterred and testified in support of the pending indictment. In fact, Agent 3 was the only witness to testify before the grand jury. The government's decision to allow an agent who was exposed to potentially privileged information to testify is highly irregular. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. He's grasping at straws. Fitzpatrick said Halligan made two apparent fundamental misstatements of law to the grand jury that could threaten the case. The statement clearly suggests the prosecutor stated it's X'd out, and then the prosecutor's statement that blank is a fundamental and highly prejudicial statement. So they're not letting you see what she supposedly said. Second, the prosecutor told the grand jury that there was blank. That statement clearly suggests the court recognized that the relief sought by the defense is rarely granted. However, the record points to a pattern of profound investigative missteps that led an FBI agent and prosecutor to potentially undermine the integrity. Therefore, the case, it's a rare example where the defendant can actually make a particularized and factualized base showing for the grounds to support. Actually, they can't make a factually and particularized cases. You're saying that there might be something there, and it's a fucking fishing expedition. Judge says it's possible. Federal magistrate says government misconduct may have tainted the case. Prosecutors to quickly turn over secret grand jury proceedings. Here's the thing. Oh, the matter comes before the court, and they ordered it. He said, we'll file any objections by, oh, no, this was the emergency motion to stay, and it was so ordered. But anyway, we didn't get to that part yet. Fitzpatrick thinks that DOJ has not fully disclosed all the grand jury proceedings since the jurors approved a second indictment. A new disturbing pattern and missteps, yeah. Update, the judge has briefly halted the order requiring the DOJ to turn over the grand jury materials to Comey. Instead, he sets a rapid schedule to consider DOJ's appeal should the decision resolve it by next week. Who's not even appointed as secretary, and he gets the power? How? Highly irregular departure, yeah. Because, magistrate judges are not appointed by the president or anybody else. They're picked by the district judges, pick people they know to be magistrates. They really don't have the power that another judge does. Lindsay Halligan asks for an emergency stay on magistrate judge's order, or forcing her to turn over documents. Hey, what's up, man? It's Jacob Castro. How you doing? Nice to see you. Yes, magistrate judges have limited powers. Yeah, this judge has already been rebuked twice in this case by the judge, so they might just want to have him removed. Appears Fitzpatrick may have misrepresented the facts. The government position, it's possible exposure of principal judges to grand jury was the primary focus of the magistrate judge's inquiry. Having seemingly settled that issue, the magistrate judge turns to premature issues such as suppression that has not even been briefed by the parties. So the judge is really basically this deep state's trying to protect Comey. Hey, Vanilla Gorilla, what's up, man? Good to see you. Nice to see you. Judge orders the DOJ to turn over grand jury materials. Says the government misconduct may have tainted the case. On Monday, a judge ordered the Justice Department to turn over grand jury materials to Comey. Claims government may have tainted the case. Yeah. Earlier this month, the magistrate judge ripped the prosecutors and accused them of slapdash indictment against Comey. The grand jury in the Eastern District of Virginia indicted him for false statements to Congress. Comey's false statement charge related to a September 2020 Senate testimony on whether he authorized leaks to the media. Comey lied when he told congressional investigators that he never gave anyone permission to anonymously leak information about Hillary Clinton's email to the media. However, evidence presented by the prosecutors proves Comey gave his friend turned lawyer Daniel Richmond permission to leak to the New York Times and cheered it on. Yes, he did. Then he tried to pull a fast one by saying, yeah, I gave this guy permission. Now I'm going to hire him as my lawyer. That way they can't use it against me. It's like, that's actually there's a thing called the crime fraud, exception when it comes to attorney-client privilege. And if the attorney is participating in the crime or committing fraud, there is no privilege. And it seems like they might have done a little bit of both there. They might have been participating in the crime and, how the hell did I have a notification from Grok? Amazing Disgrace. What's up, man? May. Lol. Hi, Jim and fellow patrons. Yeah. The Justice Department also has other materials related to Comey's case on a desk at FBI headquarters. Comey's lawyers accused the DOJ of withholding evidence in violation of the Constitution. Magistrate Judge William Fitzpatrick scolded prosecutors for their handling of the case and said they quickly moved to indict first and investigate second. This investigation has been going on a long time. Joe says, hey, Jim, I'm 20 minutes late. Go ahead and restart the show. I don't mind. Good evening, everybody. Oh, don't worry. This is the first story of the night, I believe. We covered some other stuff, but it wasn't really stories. Fitzpatrick also ordered the Department of Justice to turn over all grand jury materials to Comey's attorneys a couple weeks ago. Comey's attorneys argued that some of the documents used in the indictment may be privileged. Judge Fitzpatrick said Lindsay Halligan made two misstatements to the grand jury that made her put the case in jeopardy. Yeah, but see, a couple weeks ago when he ordered them to turn over all the materials, they appealed that, and the judge already said, yeah, you can't tell them to do that. You can't just, that's not how this works, magistrate judge. That's not how any of this works. Fox News, judge orders Comey's grand jury records, citing prosecutor's misconduct.
Never changed a tire before? Don't
I
panic.
just wanted to.
Why is it with these commercials? There's always commercials on Fox. It's really starting to piss me off. So, Comey, Letitia James claimed Trump appointed prosecutors serving illegally. Oh, they're saying she's illegally serving.
Comey's case is back in court as he fights charges of obstruction of justice and lying to Congress. Also in the courtroom, New York State Attorney General Letitia James's attorneys, after she was charged separately with mortgage fraud. They're both arguing that interim U.S. Attorney Lindsay Halligan, who brought the charges, is serving in her post illegally because she served longer than 120 days, must be confirmed by the Senate. Here to discuss this is Fox News contributor Andy McCarthy. Andy, do the plaintiffs have a point?
Well, they do, Brian, and this really isn't any fault of Lindsay Halligan's. The statute that she was appointed as interim U.S. attorney under allows the president or through the attorney general to appoint an interim U.S. attorney for 120 days. And by the time Halligan got the job, her predecessor, Eric Siebert, had already served the 120 days. So they have a good argument that she's probably not qualified under that statute.
So what's the pushback then? Take her side.
Well, I think the pushback is what the Attorney General and the Justice Department want to argue is that authority to prosecute in the United States comes not from the district U.S. attorney, but from the Justice Department and the Attorney General. So in order to try to firm this up, what Attorney General Bondi did was appoint Halligan as a special attorney and say that that was effective as of 3 days before Comey was indicted. The problem is she didn't do it till October 31st, and she's trying to backdate it, and I don't know if that's going to work with the court.
All right, so what would the move would be? Okay, we'll get another attorney. Is that correct? Is that it? Is that one way to fix it?
What could happen, this could be much ado about nothing because they could disqualify her, but there's another statute that says the government would have then 6 months to bring a new indictment.
Comey case in particular, some notes that have come up that maybe show that he was more in tune to what was going on with the Russia hoax than originally stated. He was trying to get these notes thrown out. Is that going to play a role? Should the case go forward?
Yeah, what I find frustrating about this, Brian, is I think a lot of people think that what they're most angry about Comey with, which he's been, I think, rightly criticized by the Inspector General and other investigations, is not really exactly what he's been charged with. So there's a kind of a disconnect there. And I don't know that the revelations about Russiagate are going to do anything to firm up the indictment the way it's pled.
All right, so let's talk about what's happening in sports. And now we're talking, last week we were talking basketball, or 2 weeks ago.
No, I don't really care about sports. No. Go back. All right, so. Yeah, judge ordered the Justice Department to hand over grand jury materials in a highly unusual activity during secret grand jury proceedings. The magistrate judge scolded the DOJ, and the court is finding that the government's actions in this case, whether purposeful, reckless, or negligent, raise genuine issues and inextricably linked to the government's grand jury presentation and deserve to be fully explored by the defense. Yeah, DOJ seeks removal of Comey's defense lawyer, citing conflict of interest. I mean, that's what should happen. You know, that's what should happen. They signal they might seek the removal. They should seek the removal of him. Anyway, so. And the same thing here. It just says judge orders DOJ to turn over grand jury materials. And then the U.S. attorney wins temporary stay of the insane order of the magistrate judge illegally carrying water for James Comey. Yep, I want that tall asshole locked up, even if it's just for a week. Yep, that's what I say. If an investigative agency claiming ignorance is absurd levels of incompetence. It's not. They're trying to play games. They're trying to say, like, that they had all this stuff from a warrant previously and that they should have got a new warrant even though they already had it. Doesn't make sense. It's not going to hold water. It shouldn't hold up. It really shouldn't. Once the government has a warrant and they collect your phone and there's something in your phone and they don't see it the first time they look at your phone, it's not like they need a new warrant to look at the phone again. You know what I mean? And that's kind of what they're trying to argue here is like, well, you got this back in 2022 or 20 whatever when they were investigating Rickman. the lawyer guy, his friend, for the leaking. And then the FBI tried to bury it, Chris Wray, and protect Comey, because the emails were in there from Comey, and they knew it was Comey leaking, but they just kind of go like, we don't see nothing here. We don't have no information. We don't know who did it. Hey, Audra, what's up? So great to see you guys. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so here, just this judge goes, the matter comes before the court, the government's emergency motion for a stay. The government seeks to stay the order of the magistrate judge directing the production of grand jury materials to the defense to allow it to file and this court to consider Rule 59 objections to his order. It's hereby ordered the motion is granted in part and is further ordered the government will file any objection to the order by 5 p.m. on Wednesday, November 19th. Thereafter, the defense will file any response by 5 p.m. on Friday, November 21st. It's further ordered that the order is stayed pending the resolution of any objections filed by the government, which the court will consider on the papers. The clerk of the court is directed to forward a copy of this order to the counsel of record. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, and then this broke today. President Trump supports House Republicans voting to release the Epstein files because we have nothing to hide. And it's time to move on from this Democrat hoax perpetrated by the radical left lunatics in order to deflect from the great success of the Republican Party. All I care about is Republicans get back on point, back on track, which is the economy, affordability, where we are winning big, our victory on reducing inflation from the highest level in history to practically nothing, bringing down prices for the American people, delivering historic tax cuts, gaining trillions of dollars of investment into America, a record, rebuilding of our military, securing our border, deporting criminal illegal aliens, ending men and women's sports, stopping transgender for everyone, and much more. Nobody cared about Jeffrey Epstein when he was alive, and if the Democrats had anything, they would have released it before our landslide election victory. Some members of the Republican Party are being used, and we can't let that happen. Let's start talking about the Republican Party's record-setting achievements and not fall into the Epstein trap, which is actually a curse on the Democrats, not us. Let's make America great again. Oh, hey, look, Sharon Tyler says, hey, Jim Somniak's better late than never. No one's ever late. They're just always right on time. Yeah, the only way to get back to work is to release the truth so we can move on. That's what I say, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but they're already trying to spin it. If Trump was on the list, he would have released it, years ago. You could bet on that, Jack. Robert Barnes says Trump frees Republican to vote for the Epstein release. Hey, Linda's here. What's up, Linda? Nice to see you. Rita Powell, whatever her name is, says Epstein being a staunch Democrat is not talked about enough. House Democrats exchanged texts with Epstein on how to hurt Trump during the 2019 congressional hearing. Oh, look at these Democrats. Look at that's Ro Khanna. The guy sitting next to the woman that was texting Epstein is the guy who's trying to get the files released. Interesting. Cesium Cat's here too. What's up, man? Nice to see you. Yeah, so the Oversight Committee says, we agree, Mel. It's not normal for Democrats to be radio silent for 3 days after a member of your party, like Stacey Plaskett, was exposed for texting Jeffrey Epstein during congressional depositions. It's truly embracing that mean girls energy. They're responding to this one. This is not normal. Oh, Epstein. But here, let's listen. Here's the breakdown of what happened. All right, there's Ro Khanna. He's the guy that wants the Epstein files released. And this is Stacey Plaskett, another Democrat, sitting right next to Ro Khanna. And she's texting with Jeffrey Epstein during this fucking hearing on February 27th, 2019.
Obama was president of the United States. And while we were once driving through a struggling neighborhood in Chicago, he commented that only black people could live that way. Attorney-client privilege, yes, I will turn it over.
You, as my friend Mr. Meadows pointed out, misled this committee even today in a written submission that contradicted your testimony. You have suggested you are going to review that. Are you going to review it in our next break to correct the record, yes or no?
Yes.
Question, you helped out the president's campaign or were involved in the campaign as a representative, as a spokesman, even in your words today. It was your idea for the campaign dating back to 2011. Is that accurate, yes or no?
Yes.
Mr. Weisenberg and other individuals, Ms. Rona. Who are those individuals? Are they with the Trump Organization?
They
and
are.
Are there other people that we should be meeting with?
So, Alan Weisselberg is the chief financial officer.
Uh-huh.
The
You got to
Trump
quickly give us
organization.
as many names as you can so we can get to them.
Yes, ma'am.
Is Ms. Rona, what is Ms. Rona's position?
Rona Graff is Mr. Trump's executive assistant.
And would she be able to corroborate many of the statements that you've made here?
Yes, her office is directly next to his, and she's involved in a lot that went on.
Oh, look at that. Very interesting. Oh, yeah, that's not normal. It's not. Yeah, no. Why wouldn't the Epstein files have been released the last 4 years when President Biden was in office? Chuck Schumer, the moron, goes, that's a question every American asks him. Why? What the hell is he hiding?
Senator, on that note, just I guess a question that's out there. Why wouldn't they have been released the last 4 years when President Biden was in office?
Well, that's the question every American is asking. Or not every American, but so many Americans are asking. What the hell is he hiding? Why doesn't he want them released?
Senator, on that note, just I guess a question that's out there. Why wouldn't they have been released the last 4 years when President Biden was in office?
Well, that's the question.
Why wouldn't they have been released? So what is Biden hiding? Man, Chuck Schumer wants to know what Biden is hiding. Biden hiding Biden. Oh my God, it rhymes. Biden's hiding Biden. Wow. Yeah. Epstein was a Democrat operate. This is getting good. Yeah, Schumer got thousands of dollars in donations from Jeffrey Epstein. These two, they're friends. Look at that. Schumer got thousands in donations from Jeffrey Epstein. Wow. New York Post. Wow. You got Rep. Kat Kamek calls out Stacey Plaskett for taking money from Epstein. This is the same Democrat who just got exposed in recent Epstein documents for texting with Epstein during a hearing against Trump's former attorney. I just got to state for the record, I myself am deeply concerned about the affiliation of the convicted sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein, of which the ranking member took campaign donations from. And she didn't want to give the money back. So did Brooklyn Barack Hakeem. Yes.
I believe the ranking member said she was deeply concerned about the affiliation, and we seem to have a guilty by association theme going on here. And so I just have to state for the record that I myself am deeply concerned about the affiliation of the convicted sex trafficker, Jeffrey Epstein, of which the ranking member took campaign donation money from. So I think that's the beauty of the First Amendment, is that we have a right to say what we want to say, but we also have the right to be offended. So I just wanted to point that out. I believe.
Just wanted to point that out. Yeah. Wait. Why was Hakeem Jeffries' name on the Epstein emails? A newly revealed email shows Democrat funding group Dynamic SRG contacting Jeffrey Epstein in 2013 to promote the freshman Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, calling him Brooklyn's Barack, while urging Epstein to support a major Democratic fundraising push. Oh, there's Barack. Oh, look at Epstein. Oh, we'll be a progressive voice in New York politics for years to come. Oh, look at this. To Epstein Jeffrey. Look at that. Oh. Rising star. We got a rising star, Hakeem Jeffries. He's going to have a long career. It's going to be a positive manner. There's a hip-hop song, Every Day I'm Hustling. I kind of feel the way down here in Washington. Jeffries. Wow. I'm shuffling back and forth between budget. Oh, yeah, look at that. They're going to, yeah, man, he's hustling. He's hustling, man. He's hustling. He's Jeff. He's a new one, man. Yeah, why? How many Democrats had Jeffrey Epstein's private number? Yeah, this one. How many? Man, she looks like she aged quite a bit from the right. I wonder what happened. Was Kat Kamek paid in Olive Garden gift cards? I don't know, man. She sure hasn't missed a meal, I'd say that. I'm wondering if those two are related. They resemble each other. Weird, right? Weird. And then look at this. So Senator Coons says he doesn't want Epstein associates Bill Clinton and Reid Hoffman investigated by the DOJ because that may result in the Epstein files that President Trump ordered released to be delayed. Democrats are covering up for predators. Oh.
What's the plan in terms of getting the House-passed resolution in front of the Senate? How soon will that happen? How soon will these Republicans get a chance to reverse their votes and try to clean up their act?
So this is going to be an interesting week. My gut hunch is that Attorney General Bondi, having just been ordered on social media by the president to open an investigation into a series of high-profile Democrats, will promptly say, oh, no, there's an ongoing investigation. We can't disclose any of this. And the president will back that up. But you are absolutely right. We should be going to the floor every day and doing unanimous consent requests that say we should see these files now. We owe it to the victims. We owe it to transparency.
Why haven't the victims named the names?
I will release the Epstein files on day one and has done everything possible, including hauling Lauren Boebert into the Situation Room for a closed-door muscle session.
Yep.
This is just a despicable act of betraying the victims of Epstein. It's long past time that we get transparency around this for the American people.
That's the scenario.
That's the scenario, huh? What do you know? Yeah. It says, what a bunch of lying whores. Coons has the balls to say we owe it to the victims, even though they had 4 years to investigate it and did absolutely nothing. It's hard to take any Democrat seriously anymore when they openly lie so much. You know? House Democrats exchanged texts with Epstein on how to hurt Trump during the 2019 congressional hearings. Oh. Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein was feeding questions to Rep. Stacey Plaskett during the 2019 congressional hearing. He was also talking to Ratskin, giving her real-time help on how to damage President Trump's reputation. And it shows a convicted pedophile pontificating with Plaskett during the February 27, 2018 House Oversight Committee, which the attorney, Michael Cohen, was testifying about Trump's alleged payments to mistresses to silence stories before 2016. Trump has vehemently denied all allegations. In the text, Epstein appeared to be watching on television while Cohen brought up former Trump executive Rona Graff in his testimony. And then, Cohen brought up Rona, keeper of the secrets. Epstein texted, misspelling Graff's name. Rona, responded Plaskett, a non-voting delegate representing the U.S. Virgin Islands, where Epstein's island is based. Just saying. Quick, I'm up next. Is that an acronym? Tell me. That's his assistant. Text message also show Epstein influenced the questions Cohen asked. He's opened the door to questions. Ari, who are the other henchmen? He's very aware and waiting my turn. Plaskett began questioning Cohen at 2:28 and asked about Graff as well as other associates that Epstein had mentioned. Please have House hearings on Plaskett. No, they won't. They're not going to do shit. Now look at her. Oh, on the red carpet in 2017. Are there other people we should be meeting with? Rona Graff is Mr. Trump's executive assistant. She was her office is directly next to him. It's involved in a lot that went on. Hey, what's up? Then Epstein texted her, good work. The texts were released as part of the 20,000 documents from Epstein's estate. Documents redacted Plaskett's name, but the newspaper analyzed the messages and compared the hearing footage to report Plaskett was indeed texting Epstein. Oh, right next to Ro Khanna. What do you know? What do you know? At the time, Epstein was already convicted on state prostitution charges, and months later he'd be charged with sex trafficking minors. Epstein owned 2 private islands in the U.S. Virgin Islands, Great St. James and Little St. James, which the feds have called the nexus of his sex trafficking operations. And he was protected by Representative Stacey Plaskett, clearly, and other Virgin Islands, U.S. Virgin Islands politicians. Yes, that's what happened. Yes. And then Michael Tracy has a kind of a different opinion on this. He says, if you want Epstein files, you're being scammed by the Massey-Khanna legislation, which no one has apparently bothered to read. It expressly allows Pam Bondi to continue concealing a huge cross-section of files in perpetuity. Pure political theater. Yeah, Massey the clown and Khanna the blowjob. Blowhard, I mean. The files being released by the House Oversight Committee, the latest installment of which everyone was just freaking out over, are completely beyond the scope of the Massey-Khanna legislation, which would be irrelevant for obtaining those files. People don't seem to grasp this. Why is Sassy and big business fighting so hard to pass a law that allows Epstein files to remain hidden forever? What are Tommy and Roe hiding? How many times did they go to Epstein Island? This is what led me to believe is the only answer. And let alone 3 judges have the sealed documents on the case and have all refused to release it, as Alan Dershowitz has repeatedly said on podcasts, likely due to settlements accepted by the women. My assessment for a long while is that someone like the Queen personally asked Trump not to release it as a personal favor, not saying I agree, just a working theory, but Trump is not going to see his presidency further consumed for a prince that the family doesn't want to be further soiled. Political theater, at this point, I tend to agree, just release it already. Here's this. Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna's bill would allow the government to continue to conceal Epstein files. 2 clowns. I am headed to Washington, D.C. today because I'm attending the press conference called by Ro Khanna and Tom Massie, in which they will supposedly unveil a new slate of Epstein survivors furnished to them by lawyer Bradley Edwards, who will be present. When I say that I am attending this press conference, I mean I was specifically invited by Ro Khanna's staff, although I would have been entitled to attend regardless, so I assume there will be no problems with my asking some critically minded questions. In principle, I'm in favor of the bill that Khanna and Massie have introduced and are seeking force a vote on a discharge position. The bill essentially requires the Justice Department to turn over the remaining records in its possession related to Epstein and Maxwell. However, there's a few big issues. Massie doesn't want his new wife killed too. From now on, any questions Trump gets about Epstein, he should say, I refer you to Stacey Plaskett. That's what he should do. Truth needs to come out no matter what. Heal the country. Check your PayPal. Okay. Oh, big money. Big money, Tim. Whoa, big money, Tim coming through with a $25 donation there. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very, very much. Oh, wrong thing. Why is this? There is Bella. There is Bella. There she is. There's Bella. Just chilling. Thank you so much. Oh, and with that donation, we are now $50 away from our first additional hour. Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you. Audrey, no, she's been very subdued since the first one. Oh, and they're talking about your dogs. Okay, I understand now. Yes, Bella, thank you. Al, well, it's that was from Mr. Tim Lorson. Thank you very much, Tim. Plaskett and Bondi are the same age. Yeah, just release all the files and let the poop fall over. Man, that's what I say. That's what I say. Just let it all hang out. Shout, let it all hang out. I'm in favor of way more transparency than is provided in the bill. For instance, the bill permits the Attorney General to withhold or redact materials that she deemed to contain personally identifiable information of victims or could constitute an unwarranted invasion of privacy of purported victims. Why should the Attorney General get to make such a unilateral determination? This almost gives carte blanche to Pam Bondi to withhold whatever she wants on the grounds of protecting victims, because a huge universe of records are obviously going to have some nexus with identifying information of purported victims. Why don't the victims just identify who abused them? I mean, wouldn't that be the easiest way? Could the victims just come forward and say, I was, I was, let's say, hypothetically, they could say I was attacked by Bill Gates, or if that's true, if that's the facts. I'm not saying it's, but if they could do that, if that's what happened, or anyone, or Reid Hoffman, or any of these people, couldn't they be the ones that would name names, the victims? Why couldn't they just name names? If they're unable to name names for some reason, like they don't know the names, then how would the FBI know the names? That's a question that I have. It's like, if the victims don't have the names to say this is the person, like, did they take money to be quiet? And if they name names, then they have to give up the money? Is that it? Because that's what it's starting to kind of sound like. Mm-hmm. And second, we don't even have a clear idea of who these victims purportedly are. The faithful DOJ FBI memo of July 6, which sparked what I'm lovingly calling the Summer of Epstein, claims that a review of the Trump administration has confirmed over 1,000 victims were harmed by Epstein. But that doesn't spell out any specificity what harm was allegedly inflicted on any given victim. Each suffered unique trauma, the memo claims. If you read the memo carefully, conflation and weasel wording are rife. The files relating to Epstein include a large volume of images of Epstein, images and videos of victims who are either minors or appear to be minors. The memo says, so they've had more than 6 years to forensically examine all this material, and they still can't determine whether the images and videos seized from Epstein's properties depict actual minors or just persons who may appear to be minors. I mean, weren't all these girls, what was the youngest girl supposedly Epstein abused? Wasn't it like 17? I mean, wasn't that what it was, like 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds? I guess what it would mean if they were 18, they would appear to be minors. I don't know. I don't get it. So you think, hey, what's up, Arizona Merce? So you think the Rothschilds couldn't kill these victims at any moment? I think if they have names, they probably, wouldn't they already know who they are? Wouldn't they already whacked them out? I mean, it kind of, to me, that whole Virginia Giuffre thing kind of makes me wonder, like, was she whacked out because she was naming names? Mm-hmm. Then you go, it breaks my heart. What is it the bad? As first, you're talking about that, so never mind. Cowboys fans rejoice. Your team could be 2-7. That is horrible. Good job. Like, anyone in the FBI verify if the person in question was actually minor, so we can know with a little more precision what's supposed to constitute a victim here. The memo also claims that the government recovered over 10,000 downloaded videos and images of illegal sex abuse material and other pornography. Comedian and Epstein mythology chronicler Tim Dillon says he talked to J.D. Vance at a private dinner recently, and Vance told him that what's being referred to in the clause is commercial pornography, meaning pornography that would have to be legal because it's commercial pornography, can only depict adults. There was supposedly a 5 and a 7-year-old. I think that was only the only place that they found pictures of 5 and 7-year-olds was at the Podesta home. They had paintings. Like the Podestas are into stuff like that. They have paintings of like little kids and sex acts and stuff. Yes. Look it up. It's true. Tony Podesta and John Podesta, Hillary Clinton, top people, Yes. In fact, the government can no longer refer to sexually explicit materials that depict minors as pornography. By contemporary DOJ guidelines, any material depicting minors would have to be referred to as illegal child sex abuse material. So why would they even mention other pornography in the memo? If the pornographic material wouldn't even be illegal, are persons allegedly depicting this other pornography also be considered victims? They say they're afraid to tell names because of death threats. They're survivors. No, I understand. I got you. I would just say that the best, once you put the name out there, it's kind of a protection shield for you. Not saying the name kind of gives you. C. Wilkie says, no one said that ever. That there's supposedly a 5 and a 7-year-old. Yeah. That video of the young kid singing Someone That I Used to Know is both sad and disturbing. I just heard on another news channel. Okay. Sensitive information relating to these victims is intertwined throughout the materials, and that's probably true enough, but herein lies the problem. Are we to believe that any materials which may intersect with identifying information of chronic fabricator Virginia Giuffre, who spawned the whole child sex trafficking ring and blackmail theory, must remain permanently withheld or redacted. So he's saying Virginia Giuffre is a chronic fabricator, which is she? Because she said stuff about George, Alan Dershowitz, and then when Alan Dershowitz said, "I'm going to sue you," she walked it back and said, "I made it all up." So I don't know. I mean, was she lying? Was she a person who maybe changed what happened so that she felt better about what she was doing? Why are the Clintons refusing to testify? Oh, you know why they're refusing to testify. Giuffre, we're told, is deceased. So what privacy interest does the deceased person have in continuing to keep any records concealed? Absurdly, Giuffre's name was even redacted in the recent release proffer interview transcript of Ghislaine Maxwell. How about Sarah Ransom, the adult escort who encountered Epstein at age 22, hallucinated the existence of non-existent sex tapes, and later claimed she was sex trafficked? Are any records related to Ransom also destined to be permanently withheld from public scrutiny? The Podestas are not Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, the Podestas are not Jeffrey Epstein. And the Podestas are the ones that were involved in that Comet pizza thing. Comet ping pong or whatever it was called. The full scope of those records is never to be released if the privacy interests of the victims are made eternally paramount. So in effect, Khanna and Massey are giving the government an out. Their bill will even fail to satisfy the legions of internet commentators clamoring for further investigations of Epstein's purported intelligence ties. And again, I'm personally all in favor of such investigations. But the bill permits certain records to be kept secret in the interests of national defense or foreign policy. Yes, they're involved in that cheese pizza at the ping pong place. Yes, they were. Podestas. Yes. And if Pam Bondi determines that's what's to be done, and this means that any record which bears on the involvement of intelligence agencies could be perpetually hidden, per the criteria set forth by Khanna and Massey. It's silly. The bill would not give people the disclosure they want. In fact, it would provide additional justification for the government to continue thwarting the disclosure. There's a common thread with Podesta and Epstein. Yes, there is. Very common. Look, Trump was a nice-looking young man. His taste didn't seem to lean towards young women. Besides, he doesn't strike me as a fool. I mean, I don't think he liked underage girls. He probably liked, 19, 20, 21-year-olds. The other two were Chihuahuas. Okay, susceptible. I don't know how deeply Khanna and Massey have thought about this stuff. They seem to have understandably latched onto a wave of public outrage and hysteria around seeming concealment of the Epstein files. I also oppose this ongoing concealment, even when my perspective on a broader Epstein saga differs markedly from most people. But to learn how to actually achieve the disclosure that people say they want, you have to actually dig into the details. You have to understand that a huge portion of relevant materials are being concealed by order of federal judges in New York and Florida on the grounds of preserving the privacy rights of purported victims, as well as the privacy rights of people whom these victims, mainly Giuffre, have accused of sexual misconduct, almost certainly falsely. In other words, should certain of these materials be made public, it would wrongfully impugn certain individuals as perpetrators of sex crimes against minors. Now, I would argue that the extreme public interest in this matter, as well as the intended political implications, override whatever public interest the wrongfully accused individuals might have to keep the records hidden in perpetuity, but I'm still an ethically fraught calculation. Barnes still supports Massey. Barnes is human. As to the records in the possession of the executive branch rather than the judiciary, similar issues apply. Grand jury materials, by the dint of the statute, can't just be released willy-nilly. I wish it were not the case, but it is, and Bondi's DOJ has already tried to petition for the release of the grand jury materials pertaining to Ghislaine Maxwell, but were rebuffed. For plausible enough reasons, there are ongoing proceedings related to Maxwell's case, such as an active appeal before the Supreme Court. The judges would also be implicated. Yes, they would. So the ultimate purpose of this what is the ultimate purpose of this Khanna-Massey legislation? If it won't compel the release of records that could be intertwined with information relating to purported victims, and it will continue to allow the government to conceal records which would illuminate any ties Epstein might have had to intelligence agencies. Unfortunately, it looks like the purpose is most likely to give Khanna and Massey a salient political issue to portray themselves as bold crusaders. I say this unfortunate because Khanna and Massey are rare members of Congress that I had some respect whatsoever for, had any respect for whatsoever. They're both willing to buck party conventions, especially Massey, who is one of the extraordinary rare Republicans who is not totally subservient to Donald Trump. Trump has vowed to defeat Massey in the next year's GOP primary. Both are idiosyncratic and can be anonymously critical thinkers. Anomalously. I don't know. Khanna is a rare Democrat who actually makes a point to talk to regular people and media outside of the annoying Dem bubble. Massey is actually a knowledgeable legislative tactician who knows the ins and outs of arcane congressional procedures, such as the minutia of the Rules Committee, which most members are totally oblivious to. So it's unfortunate that they could be raising people's low info hopes only to crash out with inevitable disappointment. It's also questionable that they are aligning themselves with Bradley Edwards, the FBI informant, secret FBI colluder, and FBI sting operation participant who's had been the purveyor of endless defamatory nonsense with his 15 years of Epstein-related litigation. This is his entire identity as a lawyer and public advocate. Look at his crime victim law firm website. It's like the monument to his unbounded egoism. Is he pulling a fast one on Khanna and Massey to advance his own interests? Hoping for some fresh political ammunition so even more lawsuits can spring from all this? Who are these brand new victims they're set to be unveiled? Their identities have been kept secret in advance of the press conference, which is odd. Michelle says the girls were as young as 14 and up. Okay, if you say so. I didn't hear of any girls below the age of like 16 or 17. I mean, any ones I heard of were 17, or actually most of them, some of them were older, like 22, 23, 24-year-olds. I mean, I don't know. Personally, I'm not, as far as I'm concerned, throw them all in the, anyone who did anything to any of these girls, throw them in a wood chipper. That's what I say. Hi, Sunshine. Yeah, Sunshine says, hi, I'm here. Hi, everyone. I'm late, but catching up at 2 times speed. Well, that's great. And Season Cat says, Massey's new wife is 18 years younger. Wonder if she will stick around when he loses his seat. Who are these brand new, yeah. What is odd, presumably they'd all have to be adults at this point. The youngest any Epstein victim could be in 2025 is almost certainly early 30s. Okay, so that would propose that some of them were really young. So it's odd. Edwards is one of those main characters of this entire Epstein saga, and his role really calls out for more critical examination. By the way, here's what Edwards wrote in his 2020 book, Relentless Pursuit. While the many media accounts have hinted that the primary purpose of Epstein's enterprise was to attract young females and lend them out to powerful people in order for him to hold these sexual encounters over their heads as blackmail, that was not really the case. The primary, if not exclusive, purpose of this operation was Epstein's personal sexual gratification. If some of his friends liked what they saw and wanted to partake, Epstein would share with a select few. But those who participated, it incidentally provided ammunition for Epstein to hold over their heads if he wanted to. But despite all the speculation, there's been no recovered evidence that he actually used any of this information against anyone in order to get anything out of them. Have Khanna and Edwards read the book? I guess we shall see. I don't know who Edwards is. I think he meant Massey. There are other ways to hide the identity of the victim. The prettiest girls in my high school were dating married men. It sucked as a young man, infatuated with the same girls. Because I removed the paywall in the interest of maximum amplification. It will be nice to give these idiots until December 31st to get it all Epsteined out. Starting January 1st, I don't want to hear another word about this crap. Put up or shut up. 2 claim to have been 14, but with parental chaperone. So then the parents should get locked up, right? Were the same people also clients of Heidi Fleiss? We were promised that list as well. Crickets as soon as bigger stories hit the news. I actually knew a girl who worked for Heidi Fleiss, went to high school with her, and she ended up going out there, and then she had some stories. I'm not going to say her name or nothing like that, but she was very Very attractive girl. This is insane out of Canada. This is insane out of Canada. The Canadian government funded and supported the creation of a movie glorifying Mewa Singh, an Indian man who murdered an unarmed immigration officer in 1914 after Canada denied entry to 376 Indian men. Yes, that's right. The Canadian government, who sponsors and pays for all movies and television stuff in Canada, it's all subsidized because it's Canada's communism. I hate to break it to people. People don't realize it's a fucking communist country, Canada. That they're actually promoting a video like it's cool that some guy murdered an immigration officer, a Canadian citizen, a Canadian patriot, murdered that person because they denied entry to Indians. I'm still wondering if the rumor that Trump wore a wire is true. It's possible Trump wore a wire. It's possible Trump worked with them, and that's probably why maybe, I don't know. I mean, here's the thing, though. If Trump was an informant and to do that, they're supposed to have to keep that secret. They're not supposed to let that out. They're never supposed to reveal who their informants are. It's supposed to be protected. So, Indians, dot, not feather. Dot, not feather. You know, Indians are India-ins. Yeah. Hey, thank you, Sunshine. India-ins. Yeah. See, here it is. This is the movie. Look at this. Here. This is crazy. I can't believe it says, I had a feeling you would show up to testify. Why didn't nobody do anything? This took like a long time. He's like, oh, and then he had it because it's single action. He had to cock it and everything. Seems like Guru Nanak Zana Joseph. This is crazy. Look at and then people show up. This is nuts. Oh no, Betty. Oh no, buddy, put the gun down, buddy. 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 Don't shoot him, buddy. Buddy, don't shoot him, buddy. Oh.
Are you done?
Oh, I did what to do. He's a martyr. Yes. That's crazy, right? Well, you know. It says, no one has ever assimilated, and it's madness that we ever let a single one of these creatures live in the West. Look at this. It says, here's the thing from, this is the guy, Mewa Singh Lapoki. He went to the Lapoki. It says he was born 1881 and to January 1915. He was a Sikh activist in Canada who was a member of the Vancouver branch of the Ghadar Party, which called to overthrow British rule in India. And Mewa Singh murdered a Canadian immigration inspector, a political act of violence for which he was executed by the Canadian government. Wow, Canadian government executed him. Thank you, come again. In the eyes of the Sikh Canadians, Mewa Singh's assassination of Hodgkins was a display of martyrdom, one which they commemorate annually. So the Indians in Canada still celebrate this. And the Canadian government thought it was a good idea to pay for a movie glorifying it to play up to the Indians and the that live there that are still celebrating the murder of an immigration guy? Huh. Oh, the C. Willicky says, I highly doubt DJT plays ISPY games, I Spy games. Ha ha ha. He's a talker, not a sneaker. Well, that's what he would talk and get other people to talk into the wire. I don't know. Yeah. That's nuts, right? That's nuts. And this is this next story we're gonna file under no shit Sherlock, okay? The big wig on Zoran Mandami's transition team railed against the Jews and questioned gay rights in a vile, unearthed post. Call it a horror show. Oh, Canada thought he self-identified as an ostrich. Good story. Mm-hmm. See here, it says, if Luigi Mannioni shot a Gosling toddler instead, Josh Shapiro would have given him a medal. Oh. Okay. So, big win on Mandami's transition team railed against Jews, questioned gay rights in vile, unearthed posts. Horror show. Thank you, Tim. It's no shit Sherlock. Is that like a Captain Obvious thing? Yeah, no shit Sherlock was way before Captain Obvious. I think Captain Obvious is like Timu, no shit Sherlock. Yeah. Ha ha, New York City deserves Mam Kami. The Kami Mandami. Bella makes everything a little better. So he spewed hatred against Jews in Israel and questioned gay rights in a series of odious social media posts from a decade ago. Hassan Chowdhury, who identifies himself as a newly appointed political director for Kami Mandami's transition and inaugural committee on LinkedIn, used the word Jew as a slur and even praised former Iranian President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, who infamously said Israel is a cancer which will be eliminated soon. Sorry. Chowdhury, who was director of Muslim engagement for the Mandami campaign, also described Israel as a bloody country and a barbaric nation, and some date back to when he was 18 years old. He claims to be a political director for Kami Mandami's transition team, railed against the Jews. The Jews. More recently, he shared a post on X in December 2024 aimed at pro-Israel Pennsylvania Governor Shapiro, a Democrat who is Jewish. No kidding, a guy named Shapiro is Jewish. Go figure. I would have never thought of that. Kathy Hochul's endorsement of Zora Mandami is backfiring spectacularly. If Luigi Mangione, we saw that shot at Grozny, he would have given him a medal. Responding to Pakistani journalist Najam Sethi on February 9th, 2012, Chandra said, Hitler, why don't you face our Pakistani people? Our daughter works at the Wall Street Journal. What? He then invokes an Urdu phrase saying, oh, forgot that Jew, Hoga Turpop, which loosely means Jews will be your father. What? Another post, a thrilled Chaudhry also lauded Ahmadinejad and called him fearless. The sooner Canada becomes a territory of the U.S., the better. So he's a Nazi? I think this guy might be a Nazi. That's what it sounds like. Maybe Mandami's a Nazi. I don't know. I thought he was a communist. So yeah. After they slay the little Satan, they will come for the big Satan, which is the U.S. Yes. Who wants all those Canuck liberals? Enoch Powell tried warning the West. Yes, he did. Hochul will bend to whatever Zamboni wants. Mark my words. This Banda person is fearless, has declared Israel a cancer. Oh, he spewed venom towards Israel and other posts. So is it Israel or is it Jews? Because they're two different things. You can't correlate everybody's saying stuff about Israel. If they say the Jews, I would say they're talking about the Jews, though. I don't know. It's a barbaric nation who kills indigents and innocent Palestinians called Israel. Talk about it. Stupid media, Chaudhry said in November 2012. In another post, he called Israel a bloody country for claiming pro-Palestinian resolution was undermining peace instead of promoting it. He said, I too read a piece on gay rights. To be honest, it's purely claptrap. Doesn't make sense. Boundary lines should be drawn somewhere. That was when he was 31 at the time. Chaudhry apologized for the comments. A statement to the Post. I apologize for my tweets. They do not reflect my current views or represent who I am today. Those comments come from over a decade ago when I didn't realize I was going to be a public figure and people would see them. So now I'm going to use tequila to lie to you. Jewish activist says Chaudhry's statements reek of anti-Semitism. What exactly does anti-Semitism smell like? Can someone tell me? So I'd like to know. So that way, if I smell it, I would be able to be like, hey, that's anti-Semitism. This is Adolf Hitler language. It's anti-Semitic. It's a horror show, said Dov Hikind, a former Brooklyn Assemblyman and founder of the Americans Against Anti-Semitism. He blamed Kami Mandami, who supports the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement against Israel, for example. It's a BDS movement. The fish stinks from the head. Mandami sets the tone. It's a hate-filled administration. So what, it smells like a combination of BO and goat? The advisor of the mayor is clearly, in his own words, a Jew hater, said Shine Kampf, who is Jewish and a rabbi. The only issue, it always begins with the Jews, but never ends with the Jews. Who's next on the list? According to Mandami's father, Lincoln taught Hitler all his tricks. How did Lincoln teach Hitler anything? Lincoln was dead 20 years before Hitler was born, at least. Isn't tequila the drunk way to say tequila after you've had a few? That's tequila. Let me have some tequila. These comments from over a decade ago are reprehensible and in no way reflect the views of the mayor-elect or this transition. I doubt it. The mayor-elect has made clear that he intends to exterminate, be friends with everyone. And during a campaign and transition. Yeah, but once they take power, then they rule over you, see? There's different Islamic rule. Depends on what their control is once they take power. It's all over for you infidels. He previously worked as a senior community organizer for the Brooklyn Bureau President Antonio Reynoso and a digital organizer for Working Families Party. Another commie. My brother said tequila, but tequila is the same difference. The other gagax. Why wouldn't we want all those liberals from there? We have plenty of them here. We got some Snap updates. We got an American on Snap says she gets so much money, she's got money left over the last couple months in a row. Yeah, she laughs on camera telling taxpayers that they can't tell her what to spend her EBT on. She goes to Walmart and orders a custom Sonic cake with leftover money just because she can. Want a seance? Okay, I get it. I drank tequila once and never drink that dog piss again. The professor thought Lincoln was the president that put Indians on the reservation. He's not a professor of U.S. history.
I am a SNAP benefits receiver, and some of y'all on here like to think that you can tell me what I'm allowed to spend my SNAP benefits on. No, that ain't happening around here. If you're new here, on November 1st, I had people judging me on what I spent my SNAP benefits on. You can go look at that grocery haul if you want. I'm giving you something else you can judge me on, because I just love stirring the pot. I am so very blessed to still have money left over from the month of October and the month of September. So today, I have no idea how much sugar I just put in that because I was looking at you guys. We are going to Walmart, ordering and paying for my son's 4th birthday cake. Ow. That ain't funny. Quit laughing. I'm so very blessed to say that I still think that I can get a whole grocery haul even after I purchased this cake. We have only had SNAP benefits for 2.5 months. We received them our first full month in September, and then I was also back paid for 2 weeks of August. So September, we got a lot of money from SNAP, and we were so beyond blessed. If you guys know anything about our story. So we have been so very blessed the last few months to be able to splurge at the grocery store a little bit. Today, we're going to Walmart and we're ordering my kid his 4th birthday cake. I keep wanting to say present. His 4th birthday cake. And he wants it to be Sonic. We're going all out, okay? And I'm bringing you with me, but first we gotta get ready. Let's go. That'll do, donkey. That'll do. And just like that, we're at Walmart. Let's go. It's been a few hours and I have all 3 kids with me now, and one of them is asleep. So this is gonna be fun. Here we go. We made it. Okay, so we picked out this cake. I'm wanting a Sonic cake. We definitely want this guy on there. Oh, that, yeah. Let me make sure I have that. Okay. If not, then I'll just go look for a little toy. And just like that, we have his cake ordered. I didn't have to pay for it today, so I pay for it whenever I pick it up. So I just need to make sure that I save $19 on my SNAP benefits so I can pay for it when I come to get it. I'm just feeling incredibly blessed that I even have that much left over. But if you've made it this far in the video, and you know of any resources at all that can possibly help people in your area or your state, if you could please use the comment section to put those resources in the comment section and list what state you are from, I would be so, so grateful for you. Like, beyond words. Doing everything we can to help each other out during this time. If you are in the southern-ish area of Indiana and you don't have resources and you need some, please DM me. I don't have a lot, but I do have some resources that I can send your way.
Oh, okay.
I love you guys so, so much, and I absolutely adore you for being here. It means literally the world to me. You have no idea. My heart has felt extra full these last few days, always, but especially these last few days, and that's thanks to you guys. So thank you so much. I hope you guys have a super awesome day.
Wow. Yeah, so, yeah, and then, well, she's going to have some rough news, because look at this. Is government shutdown or not, the administration doesn't care. Our families are going to starve. It's cruel. Food stamps are back, but millions will soon lose benefits permanently. That's right. That's right. That's right. Wait till she finds out they're making people apply again. Maybe this video will determine if she qualifies. Yes. Yeah, she's a dipshit. Have I seen a lady who posted giving her 2-year-old and 4-year-old a joint? No, that's called child abuse, and I hope she gets arrested and the kids get taken away. Or, you know, so that way they're safe, protected, because no one should be giving kids drugs. It's been reported that Hitler had Kallmann syndrome, and actually small dick syndrome. Yeah, I know somebody came up with that. I don't know if it's true or not, because they're trying to claim because he had only one ball, but I'm pretty sure that the one ball thing was because of I swore I read somewhere that he got injured during the war and it took out one of his testicles, but I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know. I mean, we don't have records, so, you know, they don't have the records. I don't know. Yeah, get some more tattoos with the money, definitely. Yeah, that explains everything. It's a $30 cake. Wow, big deal. Also, some people were getting upwards of $20,000 once they got them, all by mistake. Many will be in jail. Yeah, there was a whole bunch of people that got a whole bunch of way too much, and then they got letters saying, no, we need that money back, and they don't have it. They're all upset now. Because, like, they thought... the British started that rumor. Yeah, look it up. Yeah, no, I understand. I saw it last night. Sad. I just hope someone in a position of sense sees it. Yeah. So here's the story from Politico. Food stamps are back, but millions will soon lose benefits permanently. Millions of Americans greeted with the end of the shutdown and resumption of food stamp benefits, but others are learning they could lose their federal food aid permanently. Agricultural Secretary directed USDA staff during the record-setting 43-day shutdown continue ushering states toward compliance with the signature tax and spending law, which is projected to kick millions out of the nation's largest anti-hunger program in the next few months. Well, obviously, he said he was gassed There's a new DNA analysis that indicates the disease, just more check boxes for angry white boy. Okay. But the blood was taken off of a couch or something, if I'm not mistaken. It's like not. Anyway, I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, maybe he was a trans. Maybe he was the first psycho trans person. So maybe that's more proof that we got to get rid of. We can't allow this trans shit to go on because Hitler was a tranny, and look what happened when you let a tranny get power. It was Hitler. The changes combined with other provisions in the new law will represent the most significant cuts to social safety net in decades. Well, no, they're just cutting it back because of what the expansion that Biden did because of COVID. And it all comes as low-income families are confronted with stagnating wages that aren't keeping up with the skyrocketing cost of living, issue that some Republicans blame for their losses in the off-year election this month. SNAP program provides an average of $6 per day for nearly 42 million people, roughly 40% of whom are children. Why would anyone want to research the Austrians' genitalia? I don't know. I didn't bring it up. Someone else did. Does invest in prison builders. I foresee a boom in prison space needed. Under the new law, parents and older Americans will be required to meet stricter work requirements, and states will eventually have to share in the cost of SNAP benefits, which could force further program cuts. According to the Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, tens of thousands of legal immigrants will also lose access to the program under the law. Yeah, but see, those legal immigrants were refugee people that were granted asylum, temporary asylum or TPS or all this shit that Biden gave out, like paroled. And then they say, oh, you're legal all of a sudden, and gave them the SNAP. So, yeah. No. Loss of SNAP was really stark during the shutdown. Oh, yeah, the whole 3 fucking days that they didn't have SNAP was really stark. Everyone got their fucking October SNAP, and they got the November SNAP like a few days late. What the fuck are they talking about? Apparently, they had genetic material from him tested. Yes, they got a blood sample from a couch in the bunker that some soldier cut a piece of couch off that had blood on it. Maybe it was his. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was someone else's. I mean, there was a bunch of people blowing their fucking heads off. So who knows? Like I said, I don't care either way. It's also going to be really felt. Most SNAP participants have children living at home. Oh. So, like most states have started to notify participants they'll be subjected to new, tighter work requirements, setting up a 3-month countdown for people to comply or lose benefits entirely. Some states like New York and California have waivers that lift work requirements in places with high unemployment rates, which are expected to slow the full impact, but certain lawfully present immigrants, including refugees, are being notified that they are no longer eligible for SNAP. Oh, that's right. Effective immediately. While we are concerned that any person in this country going hungry needlessly, there is something spectacularly cruel about ripping out of a safety net of people who came to this country and need a little bit of time to get back on their feet. We're not supposed to let people come here that can't support themselves. That's in the fucking immigration law, actually. You're not supposed to be a public charge, but yet that's all they just keep letting in. Yeah. HISA, refugees, which that's just basically anybody who says that someone was mean to him. There were rumors from his chauffeur that he was a pillow biter, supposedly real reason he whacked the SA since some were involved. Prove that, and it was a cross-dresser like Goering. Left will explode. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying Hitler was the first trans mass murderer. There you go. I think it's my opinion after much research that Hitler was the first trans, and that's why he was so against all the stuff he was trying to do these things, because he hated himself for being trans. Trump has offered him $1,000 and a free flight home. There you go. And a furry, too. Yes, he was a furry, too. Yes. He liked to wear a costume and dress up. Yeah. He's the first trans furry murderer, was Hitler. So anytime all these people are into trans stuff or Hitler stuff, or furry stuff, they're trying to be like Hitler. They're fascists. They really are. Makes me angry. So many get all kinds of benefits. This guy pays child support on kids he actually has custody of, has to worry about everything, and he barely makes it when he's getting stamps. Yeah, it's terrible. Terrible. Rollins also indicated she may press for current SNAP participants to reapply, despite existing requirements that participants regularly certify their incomes and other factors to determine eligibility. The new plan could add red tape that will make it more difficult to get benefits. Oh, yes. Hence why his sanctuary was the wolf's lair. Yes. Because it was the wolf's lair. And then his high where he went his vacation home was called the Eagle's Nest, because he would dress as an eagle. Or no, Goering would dress as an eagle, and the eagle would swoop down onto the wolf's back. And Hitler was dressed as a wolf, and Goering would come down on his back as an eagle. His costume of choice was Nazi. The one made me furious was the Dems who were asking illegals if they had headaches and helping them get disability benefits. Yeah. USDA Food Nutrition Service issued new guidance in October, November during the shutdown on how to comply with tightening work requirements. I think we have a spec script in the works. Yep, he was one sick pup. Yeah, Hitler was a sick bastard. So was Goering, man. They were in some wild, sick shit, man. They were into the occult, all types of stuff. Not the occult, not a cult. Maybe a cult too. I don't know, but the occult, into all types of weird stuff. Yeah, they dressed up in like costumes and like that. You know that movie? What's it called? The one with Tom Cruise and what's her name? The red-haired chick. They're like wearing the masks and all the stuff. Yeah, he was a bad person. The Nazis were really bad. Millions of low-income families will also lose access to Medicaid in the next few years when stricter work requirements and other changes for that program kick in. Eyes Wide Shut. Yeah, Eyes Wide Shut was based on the parties that Hitler and Goering used to have with their other furry friends. Yes, that was based on Hitler. Yeah, because the guy, what's his name? The director, Stanley Kubrick, right? Was that Kubrick? No, Roman Polanski. Yeah, see, they're all tied together. See, they're in it together. Stanley Kubrick, yeah. See, and Nicole Kidman, yeah, and they're all tied together. You see, yeah, because Roman Polanski, see, raped little girls, and Kubrick was his friend. Guilt by association. Yes, they were into the occult, trying to channel spirits for guidance and contact aliens. Yes, and that's why we have to stop all the illegal aliens from coming here, because Hitler was into aliens, and if we let the aliens come in here, then we're more like Hitler. So we have to stop them to not be like Hitler. That's a stretch. That's what I'm doing right now, is stretching. I'm stretching. Made certain immigrants and refugees ineligible for the Affordable Care Act subsidies. Oh, yeah. Creepy movie, yeah. Also, Trump administration is working on a new public charge regulation that would deter millions of illegal aliens from participating in federal safety net programs. Sunshine says, you're a genius, Jim. Saying, I'm just here. I'm just trying to look into the matrix. I'm trying to connect the dots. I've got string and thread and yarns connecting all these things together. And to me, it's all interconnected. Yes. If we want to stop fascism, we have to stop the aliens from coming here. Because Hitler loved aliens. Yeah, the real Hitler died in Argentina. I think there might be something to that, really, because they did find that submarine off the coast. That was a very secret, top secret submarine that had like equipment in it that Hitler would need for his Parkinson's or whatever it was. My friend got a piece of the couch from the bunker tested to prove Hitler died in Berlin. And all the people took away from the TV show made of it was that Hitler had a micropenis. I thought you were going to say my friend got a piece of the couch tested and all you got was this stupid t-shirt. Evil is interconnected. Yes, it is. It's always interconnected. Satan is always working behind the scenes. The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing you he didn't exist. Mm-hmm. Yes, Jim is a regular crime scene investigator with a ball of yarn. Hitler is related to Kurt. Maybe. Yes, he is. It's just Eyes Wide Shut was an awesome movie. I think I saw it years ago. EWS was Kubrick trying to expose and warn people about certain groups. Died after the work print. The t-shirt. Good one. I'm serious. I know the guy that owns a bunch of stuff from the bunker. Shh. Shh. As low-income people struggle to pay utility bills and make rent, many fall back on charitable food networks to help pay for groceries, but food banks and pantries are still scrambling to recover from nearly $1 billion in federal funding cuts from earlier this year and from the chaos resulting from the pause in SNAP benefits during the shutdown. How long was the pause? A week? During the week of October 27th, food banks purchased 325% more food through the Feeding America's Grocery Purchase Program than during the same time last year, according to the non. So there was a program. Who's paying for the program? This is another fucking program we pay for? Who runs Rethink Food, a charity meal organization in New York City, said his organization increased the number of meals it provided from between 40,000 to 50,000 per week to 120,000 during the shutdown. 25, 28. Mm-hmm. You know what else is genius? Making them all reapply. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. New Mexico, Louisiana leads states in SNAP participation. Okay. With hundreds of thousands of refugees and other immigrants bracing to be kicked off of SNAP, some refugee resettlement organizations are offering more emergency food options to help fill the hole. Maybe they should feed them. Maybe these places that brought them here should take care of them. Maybe they should be responsible for it. I don't know. We have a truck. We have a warehouse. It made sense, said Laura Thompson Asuri, executive director of Homes Not Borders, a Washington area nonprofit that assists newly arriving refugees. Her group is now focused on food security. What's it say? Willkommen am Wolfenschildschatz. Yes. Are there new rules when applying for SNAP? Yeah, you have to be able to go. There's new work rules they put into place in the big, beautiful bill, which said if you were between the ages of 25, I think, or 25 and 55 or 50 or something like that, and you're not disabled, that you have to work a certain, work or volunteer 20 hours or 20 hours a month or 40 hours a month or something like that to get it. I explained to my son how so many white people get stamps, just like how so many are in jail. Philip, I was trying to Jim. Why are you calling me Hitler? Jim Hitler. I was trying to Jim Hitler. I have to credit those angry non-swimmers for ending the shutdown over SNAP. Mm-hmm. She says the OBBA One Big Beautiful Bill changes will affect 20,000 refugees in the Washington area. Still, private sector and nonprofit contributions won't be enough. Well, according to Feed America, maybe they can go home. I'm sure they got more food at home. Didn't Clinton make those rules originally? It wasn't Clinton per se. Clinton took credit for it, but it was Newt Gingrich. And when they balanced the budget for 27 minutes. When I wrote the budget last year for this, I sure didn't put in a crisis. And now I'm going to anticipate that things are going to be more crises. I'll have to more budget more, and I hope this kind of help support the line up. But at some point, everyone's affected by crises. So at what point folks go, I can't do it anymore, right? That would explain why the Nazis were so angry. Maybe that's why they called him the Nazis, because his penis was so small, he could not see it. Oh, what's this? This was sent to me by my good friend, Patrick Sevens. Says womp womp. Breaking. Illinois Senate Democrat President Don Harmon, the architect of the Safe T Act that ended cash bail and allowed tens of thousands of criminals to remain free pre-trial, was just robbed at knife point outside his office. Womp womp womp.
An armed robbery outside Illinois State Senator Don Harmon's office. It happened Friday evening at Harmon's office on North Avenue in Oak Park. According to court records, Scott Loafer pointed a knife and took a woman's cell phone. He's charged with armed robbery. Officials say the incident does not appear to have been politically motivated. An armed robbery outside Illinois State Senator.
Karma, I'm rolling. This happened to such a nice person. Is that horrible of me? It's an odd duck. Unsettling and non-theatrical version is a tad more explicit and edgier. More when you dig into the background of the film and the rumor Kubrick was whacked to get control. Possible. It's possible. Says, my friend's DNA testing proves that Hitler died in a bunker. They tested against Hitler's known relatives. Yeah, there is like living relatives of Hitler here in the U.S., if I'm not mistaken. I think. There are 3. Yeah, but seriously, the only takeaway from the Brits was that he had a small penis. Yeah, that's like I said, that's why they called him the Nazi Party, because they could not see his penis. Yeah, because we know all robberies are politically motivated. Yes. Hey, we've been going an hour and 40 minutes. All right. So I want to remind everybody, if you haven't already, please hit the like button. And if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. And if you'd like the show to continue for another hour, we got another hour about to go. And if you'd like it to continue for another hour after that, we're about $50 short of going for another hour. And, in case you were wondering, I have 74 tabs left open. So to see if we could get through them all. I don't know. We could see. It says a U.S. version of the show airs on the History Channel in the spring. Are they in Congress? A teen released early from prison for 3 attempted murders. 3 attempted murders. Is arrested days later in a deadly mistaken identity shooting. So, 3 strikes, not out. All right. He tried to kill three people, attempted to, and couldn't get it done, and then gets released from prison. And you know what? He just happened to get it done the third. You know what they say? Try again. Tammy Chambers, 57, was found dead inside her car in Panama City, Florida. She was on the phone with her husband during the incident. Davion Sutton, 18, had been released from state prison just 9 days before the shooting. He faces murder and firearm charges. Camilla Armstead is charged with accessory after the fact, and Uriah Armstead is charged with murder. Sutton served about 18 months of a 4-year sentence for a 2002 attempted murder and was on probation. Yes, practice makes perfect. Hitler's relatives are any in Congress? Well, one was President Barack Obama. Just saying. I think so. You don't see the resemblance? They had the same beard.
Tammy was on her phone with her husband discussing dinner plans for the evening. Tragically, her husband heard the entire encounter that she had with this incident. He heard her take her last breaths. We're set to engage with a physical confrontation with another individual. they felt that that individual might bring a firearm to the confrontation. And so Sutton brought a gun to the confrontation and chose to just immediately approach a vehicle that he assumed was occupied by the individual that they were beefing with, and fired multiple rounds into that vehicle. I believe 11 days ago from today, he entered the realm of probation after serving a short stint of 3 years in the Department of Correction for 3 counts of attempted murder. She knew what her son and the Davion Sutton had done, and she assisted in the destruction of evidence, as well as helping to hide and conceal the fact that the crime had occurred.
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. I'm guessing a liberal judge released them. Maybe. And it says, hey, boss, Ricky and I have running water again. Well, congratulations. Also, ice machine cleaned and producing ice. I love my ice machine. Commercial model listed at $1,200. Got it for $399, tax included. Well, that's awesome. I always wanted a commercial ice machine. I just never got around to getting one. And so Charles says, so they went into a bunker, found blood on a cushion, say, yep, that's Hitler blood. No body that was burned and discarded. And they tested the DNA, and they have never messed up a DNA lab result ever. And this says, Stuart Houston brothers, Alexander Louis Bryan, these are the sons of William Patrick Hitler, who was Hitler's half-nephew, son of Adolf's half-brother, Alois Jr. Okay. And then Gundam Zig says, hello. Our justice system is mostly non-existent at this point. Big hooray, Big Howard. And then of the 45 men to be POTUS, 43 are related to each other. The only one is not. And the only 2 that are not. The only 2 that are not are Trump and Van Buren. Wait, only 1 is not. How is it of 45 men to be POTUS, 43 are related to each other, 1 is not? The only 2 that are not is Trump and Van Buren. Oh, okay. So you're saying that Trump is not related to any of them, and Van Buren is related to Trump. You got a typo. Sorry. All right. I'm confused. Hey, look at this. The ice machine will change your life. In fact, it saved my life when the primary AC went out and get me cold enough water not to have a heat stroke. Well, that's awesome. Can we get 25 more people to give this amount? Yes. 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 And you guys can remember, can visit Ko-Fi now. This is that's pinned in there too. And a majority. Thank you so much, Sunshine. Thank you. Remember, chat, I'm not on social. I just can't see my phone screen. So let Jim pops on the screen. I don't know if I'm communicating with me. God bless everyone. God bless Vivor. Got great money. All presidents are related to some German dude from the 1450s, approximately. Yes, they're all related to Charlemagne. Not Charlemagne the God, Charlemagne, the Emperor of France. Right now, we're $48 away for the first additional hour, folks. $48 away. Yes. It'll be nice. And you can go for a long night tonight. Long night tonight. We can go. Double check something here. Where are we at? Wait. Sorry about that. Oh, Joe comes in and says, Sunshine, how do you attach a comment to a $1.99 gift? You just do a $1.99 super chat, Charles. A $1.99 super chat. And then right here, Joe says, for $2, I was asked to send this. I'm a Dem, so I comply. Thank you very much. With that, now we're just $46 away from the first additional hour of the show. And nearly everyone on this, I mean, everyone of European descent has an ancestor from him. He's Europe's Genghis Khan. Yeah, I know. That's why I was making a joke about it. From Charlemagne. Base Jim, what's up? J-Rock, J-Law, what's up, man? I had an old high school friend who read the book Hitler. She thought it was great after reading the book. We're doing all we can. That's cool. It is, and I appreciate it. Okay, here's my part. I don't know what that means. Did I change the banner? Yes, I did. Oh, and Charles gets $1.99. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Charles. Thank you. With that right there, we are now $44, just $44 away from the first additional hour. Oh, was it something Candace? Was her name Candace something? Didn't let you chat it out? Rally in progress, that's right. The woman that read the book, her name was Karen by chance. Yeah. I think so. Yes, thank you, Charles. All right, let's go. We're going to keep going. We got a whole bunch of stuff to talk about tonight. We got so much stuff to talk about tonight. A 19-year-old woman was brutally stabbed at a kid's Foot Locker after a customer's card got declined. The attacker, a 40-year-old woman, pulled a knife and stabbed Sanaya Jenkins 4 times, leaving her with a punctured lung. From her hospital bed, Sanaya says she'll press charges, but still feels sad for the attacker's children. You can't chat below $5? Really? I didn't know that. So what's that, a super sticker? The Sunshine says you have to choose a super chat option, not super sticker one. I don't know. Mother stabs teen in front of her children because she was called broke after her card declined. Oh. What do you know?
Or even know I was stabbed until after the physical altercation.
Police sources say a comment about the suspect being broke spurred the whole thing, but Sanaya says it wasn't her.
I am going to press charges, but it also saddens me in a way because I don't want her to be taken away from her kids. I truly don't.
Maybe she should be taken away from her kids.
The 40-year-old woman was arrested at the mall. We're told she had her kids with her too. Charges are expected.
Or even know I was stabbed.
Wow. Talk about crazy. Not this story. Hands of justice. After allegedly stealing a white pickup truck, a suspect tried hiding in an attic, only to drop right into the arms of the River County Sheriff's Office SWAT team. Talk about a fall from grace. Oh, wow, look at that. Fall from grace. Literally a fall from grace. Wow. Breaking, in an incredible victory, the Jacksonville Sheriff worked with Cash Patel's FBI and U.S. Marshal to rescue nearly 24 children in a mere weeks, returning them to their families in time for Thanksgiving and Christmas. I actually got... Oh, the kids can go live with their dad, yeah, if they can find him. No, don't take the kids. That way they can learn to stab people with when their cards are declined. Yes. But $2 is good. We just need lots of them. Yeah, we just need... Yeah. Yes. Oh, no. Okay, never mind. Their families are in Mexico. Okay. Instant karma is beautiful. Not smart enough to stay on the studs. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so huge props to Sheriff TK Walters. His officers are crushing it right now. 22 children, that's how many were missing. Our team's located earlier this month during Operation Home for the Holidays, led by the U.S. Marshals. We worked alongside the Marshals, the FBI, and other local law enforcement partners to find missing children and bring them home. It's not just these operations. We have dedicated missing persons unit of detectives working round the clock locating children. It doesn't matter if they've been missing for an hour or a year. We won't stop until we find them. No. 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 Oh, really? You're gonna do music? You're gonna fucking play music over it? I guess I have to wake up. Look, oh, we're coming to get you. Wake up. Come on.
Along with
Why you gotta be playing music over the stuff? They went a whole lot of knocking on doors and doing all this stuff. FBI. Why does it look like they're arresting that kid? So these are runaways or something? No, the children are out on the street. They're either running from something, they have a high level potential for human trafficking and exploitation. All right. Okay. And this is from the Dapper Detective. The poor kids, yes, they are. We gotta protect the kids. Attention, chat, make sure you hit the like. If you hit the like, you'll be happy. If you don't hit the like, you'll be sad. Hit the like because it's the right thing to do, and you'll definitely want to do the right thing. That's right. You definitely want to do the right thing. Yeah. Like Spike Lee says, do the right thing. Now, NYPD officer fights back after being shot in the face by a homicide suspect armed with a shotgun loaded with birdshot, returning fire and striking the assailant. Zoran Mandami, the commies, planned 9/11 social workers are dead men and women walking.
25-year-old injured officer was released from the hospital this afternoon. He was struck after a gunman opened fire from inside an apartment building on Thomas Boylan Street in Brownsville this morning.
The officer shot back, hitting the gunman, who was later found dead inside. The NYPD says the suspect had killed a man during a dispute, and while police were on the scene, the gunman opened fire on the officer.
25-year-old injured officer was...
Wow. So thank you, Woodtick Mike, in the ghetto with $2. Thank you. Says, I'm doing my part. But he says, I'm doing my part. Are you doing your part? Woodtick Mike is doing his part. Are you doing your part? For a longer show? Thank you, Mike. We finally figured out how to get rid of those really irritating social workers that protest against the cops, wanted to fund the cops. Let social workers have their way. Yeah, get the protesters to be them. That's when we could do it. That's what we did. Now we're just $42 away. Just $42 away from the first additional hour. I mean, that's just a little bit over, a little more than, $1 a day and could feed a children, Father and son accused of robbing and killing a 23-year-old clerk appear in court. Mark Anthony Sexton Jr. and Mark Anthony Sexton III are charged with first-degree murder and especially aggravated robbery. So it's not just aggravated robbery, it's especially aggravated robbery. It's like they're on probation. No, they're on double secret probation. They have a trial date set for April 27th. The clerk, Tava Woodard, was shot and killed as one suspect turned at the door and fired once. Tennessee police arrested both men June 7th, 2023. 42 is the meaning of life and everything. Sexton Jr. told the police they didn't plan to shoot Woodard. They just said he didn't know his son fired the shit. Oh, man. She's a young girl, too.
Jr. and his son, Mark Anthony Sexton III, appeared before Judge Stacey Street. Judge Street set February 3rd aside for several motions, including a motion to admit crime scene video footage and photos. A trial date has already been set for Sexton Jr. That is April 27th. Now, this stems from the death of 23-year-old Tava Woodard, who was killed in early June of 2023 while she was at work at the Roadrunner Market on North Broadway Street in Johnson City. This is security camera footage from that day of the reported robbery leading up to the reported homicide. Sexton Jr. and Sexton III are charged with first-degree murder and especially aggravated robbery in connection to the case. Jr. and his son, Mark.
Especially aggravated robbery. What the fuck, man? the family affair over there, I guess. Okay. Kind of saw this already, but we're going to. Oh, shit. Charles and Company goes, must be an asteroid thing, but it doesn't give me the buy and send button until I reach 5. Here's for Roxy. Here's a Roxy for 3 people. Oh, okay. Okay. I get you now. Thank you. Thank you. Roxy. Thank you. So that means we are now $36 away from the first additional hour. 36 doll hairs away from the first additional hour. Like father, like son. Why? Proxy. Yes, yes. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm doing my part. You doing your part. We're doing our parts. We doing our parts. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Charles. We think we saw this, but we're gonna. This is a. Did we see this already? I think we might have played this already. Looks like it's a repeat.
An armed robbery outside Illinois State
Yeah,
Senator.
we saw this already. I don't know how this got doubled up on me. And it says a white Michigan man shoots a black teen breaking into his garage with 6 others, sparking a debate over stand your ground law. Now under arrest, the man's home has been broken into multiple times before, and police merely told him to get a better alarm system. What? What?
A White Lake homeowner has been charged with manslaughter and a shooting back in July that raised some questions.
The prosecutor says Dayton Napton shot a 17-year-old who was trying to steal items from his garage. Let's get out to Erica Erickson. She's live tonight with the latest details in this case. Erica, the prosecutor says Napton crossed a line here.
Yeah, and there's a lot of different sides we're hearing. We're hearing from the prosecutor's office, that man's defense attorney, and the family of that teen who was shot and killed, and they're upset.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, and it hurts a lot.
4 months after 17-year-old Siobhan Wilson of Pontiac shot and killed in White Lake Township. His family says the charges have them confused.
I think the way they went about it, it could have been done better.
24-year-old Dayton Napton charged with manslaughter, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, and 2 counts of felony firearm for the death of Wilson and shooting another teen in the leg. Wilson's family says they want Napton charged with murder.
It doesn't make sense that it wasn't done out of malice, and for them to charge him with manslaughter when everything in the report is suggesting that it was malicious intent.
Back in July, prosecutors say Wilson, along with 6 others, broke into Napton's detached garage. Napton coming out with a 9mm. Prosecutors say firing 2 shots through a windowless, locked garage door. Then, as the group ran away, prosecutors say Napton shot at them 5 more times, ran back inside, reloaded his gun, and came back outside.
Devon was running away and got shot. I never heard anything about him getting shot in the garage.
But prosecutors say Wilson hit and killed from a bullet fired through the locked door.
We had a really close connection. So it hurts a lot. I would have never expected this to happen to him. He has so many dreams and aspirations.
Did he have dreams and aspirations of robbing people? Because that's kind of what it sounds like.
Back out here live, the Oakland County Prosecutor's Office says the rights to own firearms and protect one's family and home are fundamental. Those important rights also come with profound responsibility. We believe the evidence demonstrates this defendant crossed the line by firing outside his home at fleeing persons. Now, meanwhile, I just got off the phone with Napton's defense attorney. He says Napton was startled, and this case is one of, quote, stone self-defense, and he believes Napton should have never been charged.
Oh, okay. It says that's a great alarm. Keeps repeat offenders from happening, and it sounds justified to me. It sounds like he did get a better alarm. A mob breaks into your house. What the hell are you supposed to do? Well, they were in the garage, and if it was an attached garage, like attached to the house, and it was the door like coming into the house that he fired through, then this would be completely justified. But because it's an outside garage, it's not technically your home per se, depending on the state laws and what curtilage would be, because you're allowed to defend your curtilage also. I don't know. I mean, do I think he should have been charged? Not. I don't know. I don't know if he did chase them, come back, chase them down the street, shooting at them as they're running away. That's kind of not, that's kind of not really, that's frowned upon. Like Rachel says, this is sad, but it was a group of teens because he chased them. He's charged. Bitch should have taught her son to be a better human. Oh, wow. How divided we are as a country. The media does not say suspect or victim without mentioning skin color. Oh, well. Yes. And yes. The media is the enemy, or one of them anyway. Yes. Children learn by example, I believe. Dreams of stealing. Yes. His ass shouldn't have been robbing people then. Yeah. Why is the homeowner charged? You break into my home means you forfeit your right to live. It was the garage, Joe, and it wasn't an attached garage. So I think that's why. Dreams of aspiration, a felony rap sheet, getting ghetto gagged in prison. Yes. And he dreamt of creating his life of crime. And here were those charged, not the homeowner. We pray for him. Nope. The reloading may have screwed this guy pretty bad. Yeah, the reloading, but did he fire after he reloaded? His tools and property are to protect his tools and his property. Yes. Jim, wasn't there a rant somewhere? I think I got the rant. There wasn't another one. It's just the $2 rant from Woodtick Mike. Unless there's a, let me look and see if there was a, no, nothing on Cash App. Nothing on PayPal. I don't know if there's anything on. Remember the automated machine guns in the Aliens movies, unjustly killing all those xenomorphs just playing in the tunnels? Yeah, the castle doctrine is a thing. You can only chase them if you're a tarded Capitol cop. Yes, you can do that. If your vehicle can be considered an extension of your home, why would a garage attached or otherwise should be an extension of home? That's if you're in the vehicle. If you're inside the vehicle, is the garage inside his property? And did you know if they make it to the garage, next step is a house? Sorry, I think there should be no charges. I agree. I don't think there should be charges, personally. I don't think there should be charges, but I'm just saying, like, the law is a little loosey-goosey on that one. So. Yeah, the laws are written to protect the criminal these days. Yes, they are. Oh, well, we poor people have to keep going till the high rollers get here. Well, we'll see. I don't know if there'll be any high rollers. Depends on what state you're in. Yeah, I know. It depends on the state. But I don't think, like, if he went in and reloaded and came outside and didn't fire any more shots, that wouldn't make any difference. If he went and reloaded and came out and fired more shots as they're running away, that could be a major problem, yes. So, hey, we've been going a little over 2 hours, 2 hours and 7 minutes. And we are $36 away from an additional hour. So the law is different for swimmers and non-swimmers. I bet the attorney is a liberal who doesn't want to have any gun rights. Probably. It's Michigan, so. Radical Democrat Massachusetts law is letting rideshare drivers get away with rape. Because in solid blue Massachusetts, leftist politicians prioritize protecting their violent criminals and their precious illegal aliens, not crime victims.
Happened just 2 days before her college graduation. She reported it to police and began her pursuit of justice, only to be told there was no protection for her under Massachusetts law.
Kind of been like a tough 4 years, but we were really happy that graduation was right around the corner.
Cassidy was just 2 days away from graduating with honors in engineering from Northeastern. She took the tea with friends.
Makes no sense to me that he could have reloaded and had time to shoot people either.
But decided to leave early because she wasn't feeling well.
I just told them I'm gonna go home. You guys have your fun. I don't want to like hold anyone back.
Cassidy called a lift.
My friends waited with me outside while the ride pulled up. Pretty much as soon as I stepped into the car, that's when my memory got very hazy.
Cassidy remembers feeling like she was being driven in circles, then says she blacked out until she woke up at home the next morning.
I was like naked, My shirt was like in my bag, which was alarming. You know, I had like bruises on my body. I felt like in pain.
Her friends encouraged her to call the Boston Area Rape Crisis Center.
Went to the emergency room. I asked for a sexual assault nurse examiner. I did the full examination. I talked to the police.
Despite the trauma, Cassidy felt confident and supported as the Suffolk County DA's office filed rape charges against the driver.
I've done everything I'm supposed to do. From my perspective, the evidence was pretty obvious.
Then came a call she never imagined.
Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of
I took
sense.
this call in a break room, like at work, and I was told that we actually couldn't move forward. And I just like completely broke down.
I mean, this is horrible. But if she was drugged prior to getting into the Uber, how does she not know that maybe it was somebody that she was with at the wherever she was, the bar or party, that drugged her and then came to her house later? I mean, if it was the Uber driver, I would think they would have DNA or some way to prove it, but something something's screwy here, because she's like, as soon as I got in the car, I just blacked out. I don't remember anything from once I got in the car. Well, then how do you know? I mean, you would need some kind of physical evidence to tie this person to it. Something don't make sense. But let's hear it. Maybe they're going to explain it. Yeah, DNA can clear that up. Definitely. If there's any DNA, sure. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It sounds like she was drugged before she got in Uber, because it takes a while. Yeah, that's an awful Ackerman bark.
That difficult decision was made by these prosecutors who lead the Suffolk County DA's Domestic and Sexual Violence Unit. It's a decision they say they've had to make a number of times in reports of rideshare rape, because Massachusetts law requires prosecutors to prove the driver knew or should have known their intoxicated passenger was incapable of giving consent.
If we can't meet that element, then we cannot bring that charge.
What? So what they're saying is the driver is claiming that she gave consent, that she said it was okay, or that it was something like that, like that she was all. But how did she get all foggy and get in the car? Or she was that shit-faced drunk that she just was blacked out drunk? Something don't make sense. Something don't make a sense. Bella's moving. Bella's on the move. What do you know? Bella's on the move. Bella is on the move. And the driver didn't speak English. I'm pretty sure the driver was an illegal alien. Yeah. Only in the communist states. That's right. Unbelievable. The wording, they should have known, feels targeted towards migrants who do not speak any English. How the law is letting rideshare drivers get away with rape. I have it here. But we got some more things. Here it is right here.
Justice, only to be told there was no protection for her under Massachusetts law.
Kind of been like a tough 4 years, but we were really happy that graduation was right around the corner.
Cassidy was just 2 days away from.
It is a devastating situation.
Completely broke down.
That difficult decision was made by these prosecutors who lead the Suffolk County DA's Domestic and Sexual Violence Unit. It's a decision they say they've had to make a number of times in reports of rideshare rape, because Massachusetts law requires prosecutors to prove the driver knew or should have known their intoxicated passenger was incapable of giving consent.
If we can't meet that element, then we cannot bring that charge.
What is it like having these conversations with survivors who come to you?
It is a devastating situation, and to tell them that there's nothing we can do, or you are so brave and so courageous and thank you for going through this, but this is the result, is so awful. This is a unique relationship. It's a failing in the law, and so why don't we do something about it?
The prosecutors worked with a state lawmaker to write a bill that says if you're a rideshare driver, having sexual contact with your passenger is a crime.
Frankly, I don't think we're asking much. I think we're just saying during the course of your job, when you're supposed to be getting these women home safely, just don't touch them. Just don't have sex with them. Just don't rape them.
If you could get a message to the state lawmakers who are considering this right now, what would you want to get across?
If we're trying to act as community caretakers and keep women in society safe, if that's our role, why would we not?
Why just women? Wait, why just women in society? I thought men and women are equal, so why would you have to just protect women in society? Wouldn't it be both people? What if it's a drunk guy and it's a woman Uber driver? Is that okay? Because if you're just protecting women, you're not protecting anyone. So it's just women, and the law just says you can't have sex with women. If you're an Uber driver, you can't have sex with women. What if it's a woman? Does that apply if it's a woman Uber driver and it's a woman also? I mean, seriously, why does Rumble play along with the word games? I don't know, man. I don't get it. These women are too emotional for rational thinking. That's what it's starting to sound like. They're all like, they're supposed to be, something. Uber could require cameras. That would be something. I've tried driving grape several times now. I don't know.
Or a law that protects them. You don't know anything about this person other than their license plate and their name. You're putting your trust out there. So why can't the law protect us in turn if we're trusting them?
And Cassidy tells us she felt really strongly about speaking with us on camera, also testifying for that bill on Beacon Hill, because she feels like she has the strength to and wants to be able to do it for others who feel they can't. Now, Uber and Lyft both tell us they are dedicated to rider safety. Lyft tells us they support the bill. Right now, that bill is sitting in the Judiciary Committee. Now, tonight at 11, inside another survivor's fight for justice and how it left her devastated.
Think about your daughter, your wife, your mother. Do you think that on that night they deserved to get raped?
Sure that person did.
Why her case fell apart and what she's doing now to protect other women. Again, tonight at 11, only on News Center 5.
Wow, that's just some crazy. So the law is letting rideshare drivers get away with rape. Wow. Yes. So yeah, that's horrible, isn't it? No. Masked robbers go flying. The law will flop. The first defense lawyer and Judge Combo arguing the law is not fair to non-English speakers. It's not illegal in other cultures, so why is it illegal here? I'm going to start using a rapier instead of X-rape. Well, some people are rapier than other people, you know. Masked robbers go flying out the door of a jewelry store they were robbing with the owner of the shop come out with a gun. Surveillance video shows the moment a group of masked thugs went running for their lives in Madera, California. The robbers were able to steal about $170,000 in high-value jewelry before the owner was able to grab his gun. Authorities say they recovered the getaway car, which was ditched outside Madera city limits. Jim, you stay out of those Ubers. We don't want you taking advantage of. Yeah, I only take private car service.
Madera around 7 Thursday evening, surveillance video captured a group of about 5 masked people charge in. The thieves quickly filed into the store, darting straight for the glass cases, sending the employee at the counter to seek safety. One suspect stayed at the door as a lookout. In a matter of seconds, the owner came out of the back of the store with his own gun, firing 3 to 5 shots. The crooks took off running as he chased them out the door. Even though the shots were fired, authorities say no one was hit. The thieves were able to make off with an estimated $170,000.
Oh, look at this guy shooting as they're running away. Look at him.
Madera around 7 Thursday.
Oh, wait, see, hold on. Look at this guy's shooting as they're running away. Did they charge him with shooting at him as they ran away, I wonder? Huh, look at that. Shooting at him as they run away. Bang, 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 bang. He should go to the range and get some practice. Because that's horrible. Los Angeles jewelry store owner fires at robbers as they try breaking into a store. There's another one. Oh, what do we know? Another one, huh? Let's see.
A shocking robbery attempt in Anaheim caught on camera. At least 20 people in broad daylight trying to bust into a jewelry store. But this time, the owner stopped the heist in just seconds. Good evening to you. I'm Susan Hirasuna. Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf is live in Anaheim with the dramatic video and tonight's top story. Matthew.
Well, Susan, this was very intense. In that surveillance video, you can see at least 20 people trying to bust through this door right here, many with sledgehammers, until someone inside fired back. A violent would-be smash-and-grab robbery stopped in seconds.
Wow, that's cool. Look at it. So that's what needs to happen. More people need to fire back. Welcome to New York City. Yes, he wants his 100K back. Yeah. Call me old-fashioned, but the old move used to be if you did not want to get raped, you did not get in a car with a stranger, you got a taxi. Well, I think Uber is a taxi, isn't it? I mean, I want my $2. Wait. G. Sharkman, what? Did you give $2? What are you talking about? What's going on here? What are you talking about? $2. Anyway. Yes. Yeah, we're only $36 away, folks, from an extra hour. We got a little while to go left. I'm going to give a little bit of free stuff. It's a movie quote. Yeah, I know. It's called From Better Off Dead with John Cusack and the guy riding the newspaper boy, the paper boy. So 2 weeks ago, look at this. Welcome to New York City. 3 weeks ago, a woman was discovered dead in a plastic bag on the East Harlem sidewalk. Today, a woman was found dead on the Lower East Side sidewalk. Both victims sustained head trauma. Yeah, Better Off Dead with John Cusack. It's the paper boy. I want my $2. Chasing them constantly. Suspects are still unknown. This is crazy. They're just leaving dead bodies out on the street. There's fucking agents in there, Frankie.
Hey, if you're in Manhattan, even if you're not in Manhattan, check on your peoples.
Check on your peoples, man. They finding them dead on the streets and shit, stuffed in plastic bags and stuff.
Yeah, I saw this when I was out.
Saw this, man. They saw stuffed in bags and shit,
check
man.
Check on your peoples, yeah.
Check on your peoples, yo.
Hey, if you're in.
Man runs over a foot model he met on a dating app to smell her feet and buy her shoes for a. Man, okay, so this is worded wrong because I thought he ran over a foot model he met on a dating app to smell her feet and buy her shoes for $1,000. So I thought that he ran over her foot to smell her feet because the way it's worded, it sounds real weird. So he met a woman on a dating app and he wanted to smell her feet and buy her used shoes for $1,000. And then he ran her over in his car. Check it, Lee, ain't no thing. Yeah. Hot pockets. Sounds like they have a serial killer. They'll never find him. You sound a little like Little Nicky from Adam Sandler. Yes. Prosecutors released surveillance video showing the moment the man ran over a foot model he met on a dating app in Miami. Police say 28-year-old Almance Sakele met the woman on August 24th at the Serena Hotel in Aventura. And investigators say Circle wanted to smell her feet and buy her used sneakers, but refused to pay $1,000. Is this an old story or has he struck again? I don't know. It was just posted. This was just posted today, November 16th, 2025. You could have my shoes for $8.99. Maybe he was in court or something. I don't know.
You're charged with aggravated battery, a second-degree felony punishable by up to 15 years in prison. He's got an open petty theft. Is that correct?
Yes, he came in on a bench from petty theft. He was given a $1 bond.
All right, I'll set the bond at $3,000 after finding probable cause and a stay-away order from.
So he ran somebody over with a car and the bond's only $3,000. That's some fucked up shit. Ain't that some fucked up shit? That's officially the weirdest thing I've heard. $1,000 to a foot model. Yes, that is weird. Like George Costanza hand model. Yeah. He wanted free feet. They don't give free feet. Yeah. She lost at Frogger. Yes, yes, yes. Good one, Charles. That's a petty theft. Yes, petty theft. The man is accused of killing Netflix star football coach John Beam, pictured for the first time. Cedric Irving Jr. is accused of shooting and killing the 66-year-old athletic director at Laney College in Oakland. Police say he shot John Beam in the head near the campus field house on Thursday. He's being charged with murder and carrying a concealed weapon. Irving Jr. had recently lost his job as security guard after an altercation. John Beam was rushed to the hospital but died after his injuries. Huh. Oh.
To begin by taking a moment to honor the life of a man deeply beloved in this community, Coach John Beam. Unfortunately, Coach Beam passed away this morning from a gunshot wound that he sustained yesterday. I know that Coach Beam meant a lot to the Oakland community and beyond.
So the suspect did know Coach Beam, but I will say they did not have a relationship.
Do we know why he was on campus or interacting with Coach Beam?
He was on campus for a specific reason.
Our understanding is that so there was no relationship between the two. So we're hearing reports that Coach Beam stopped some kind of theft or something like that. So do we have happenstance that the two interacted and that there wasn't a direct confrontation between the two or relationship?
So this wasn't related to a robbery, if that's what you're asking. This was a very targeted incident. And I will say that Coach Beam, although they did not have a close relationship, was open to helping everybody in our community. And this is not uncommon for him to have a relationship with someone that he would think needs help. In this case, I can just tell you that the individual that was arrested went specifically to the campus for a specific reason.
Helena, do we know if he has a prior?
Helena? Do you know how long he had been on campus? Was he stalking Coach Beam? I mean, from the video, from what you were able to see in your investigation, how long was he there before the shooting took place?
So unfortunately, I'm not going to go into the specific details of the timeline of when he got to campus. I will tell you that he has been known to loiter on and around the campus.
So he was loitering. All right. Everyone, if you'll notice, I extended 30 minutes. I added 30 minutes to the goal. If we hit the $36 in the next 30 minutes, I will add an hour to the show. Okay? Because I kind of abruptly ended last night, and we were pretty close last night. We were like $16 away, and I ended the show, and I didn't give anybody a chance. So I feel bad. I don't want to do that 2 nights in a row. So I'm going to give you an extra 30 minutes. If we hit the 30 minutes, we'll add another hour to the show. Nine masked clowns on camera climbing out of a small car before robbing a vape shop in Warrington, Virginia. 2 suspects exited from the front of the car, 5 out of the back seat, and 2 out of the trunk. It was like a clown car, straight up clown car. The suspects went on to rob the store, stealing approximately $13,000 in merchandise. The incident happened about 55 miles outside of Washington, D.C. Look at this. Look at this, Frankie. There's fucking agents in there.
We're seeing some unbelievable footage out of Virginia as burglars pour into the street like a circus routine. 9 burglars were caught on camera coming out of what looked like a clown car. Check this out. 2 people were even seen.
Let's fucking go, J-Rock Law says. Yes, let's go.
The commercial building near Warrington on October 15th. And right now, they're asking the public's help to identify them. We're seeing some unbelievable footage out of Virginia.
Mm-hmm. Got this Navy Yard and J-Rock with 5. Look at that. All right, J-Rock. Woo. Thank you very much. Mm-hmm. And right now, that means we are $31 away, just $31 away from adding an hour to the show. For the first additional hour, just $31. Yes, Punk Magus, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Navy Yard, Washington, D.C., large National Guard and police presence ahead of the juvenile curfew, which begins at 8 p.m. There's been large groups of Utes taking over the area recently. So large groups of Utes. The two Utes. This says an incident involving several young people was met with an overwhelming response by law enforcement, including more than a dozen National Guard members. This reporter observed at least 2 people being questioned by transit police. Multiple officers with crowd control munitions were observed, and an ambulance had arrived. The incident occurred at the Navy Yard Ballpark Metro Center. Ooh, I thought the Frisbee was getting larger. Then it hit me. Thank you, Jay Sharkman. That is so wonderful of you. Thank you. And with that, now we're just $21 away, folks. Just 21, man. Just $21. We're blackjack away. Just a blackjack away. Just a blackjack away from an extra hour of the show. Thank you, G Sharkman. I don't really see a lot of stuff happening. I don't know. And then, oh my God, this is brutal. Look at this. A 9-year-old boy was ordered to house arrest after being charged with raping, attacking, and urinating on a 5-year-old girl, then leaving her lying naked in a field for hours. 9 years old and a 5-year-old. Where are the parents? The parents need to answer for this.
Do you have any questions about your rights? No. He's shaking his head no.
This morning, a 9-year-old boy walked into a juvenile courtroom with 2 family members. The boy is one of 2 young children accused of raping and brutally attacking a 5-year-old girl in mid-September. Both children denying those allegations in court.
Again, this case resulted in a 5-year-old being left naked, beaten, urinated upon in the field, and left for hours. The evidence demonstrated to the prosecution indicates that MB was one of 2 primary assailants to that poor little girl.
Last week, the 9-year-old suspect in this case was arraigned, and Judge Kristen Sweeney ordered her to home detention with ankle monitoring. Today, the mother of the 5-year-old victim asked the judge to consider a different option for the 9-year-old boy.
I do not believe that these kids should be able to return home. Their behavior that caused them to do something so evil obviously started at home.
Judge Sweeney ultimately did order the boy to home detention with ankle monitoring, but she added this.
Well, I am just going to put this on the record too. The court will be asking the county to do an investigation, Children and Family Services to be doing an investigation in this matter. And that's all I'm going to say about that at the present time.
Each child has also been ordered to complete a competency evaluation. Court staff explained today that during those evaluations, professionals will look at factors like age, mental health, intellect, and maturity.
Because I fully expect that there will be at least 2 psychologists who will be assessing that issue. We will be setting the competency hearing sometime in January, probably towards the end of January.
And the victim's mom previously told me she wants her daughter's story to be told, and most of all, to see justice in this case. And some new information we just learned, the court has set an emergency custody hearing for the 9-year-old boy tomorrow morning.
All right, we'll keep following it. Annabelle Childers in the newsroom. Thank you.
Wow. Yes. This is great. Yeah. Yes. 9-year-old, that poor 5-year-old. Yes. Keep the kids off of TikTok, YouTube, and such. This is horrible. 9 years old. Maybe the rapist follows Islam. That's obscene. Straight up animalistic behavior. That was B-roll footage. I used to watch Spanish 3 hours of that kind of videos. Spanish 3 had hours of that. Spanish 3. Yeah. Oh my God. Hurricane Smith 86. What's up? Nice to see you. C-SPAN 3. Oh. Figures. I was thinking something else that ended in gers. Lord of the Flies. Yes. Doesn't urine have DNA? I think so. Jail the parents. Definitely. Hold the parents responsible for this. Either it's learned behavior, the parents aren't watching the people and things that influence their kids. Our courts are a joke. Yes. Masks in 2025, they're covering their faces. They're just, yes, they're covering their faces because they don't want people to see who they are. All right, people. We had a slight rally there. We're still $21 away. Got 21 minutes to go to get $21. That's right. 21 minutes to go to get $21. This is Times Square. NYPD officers pull over a car after allegedly running the red light. During the stop, cops observed the drinks and alcoholic beverages in the car. The driver was arrested and taken back to the precinct. I don't know why this is actually like a big story. They're just dumping out the booze. Actually, okay, here's a problem. That is tampering with the evidence, dumping it out. You no longer have evidence of the open liquor. You just destroyed the evidence. You're supposed to bag that and take it back. There was a 7-year-old too, or maybe a third child. The oldest is a girl. I think it was 9 and 7. A 9-year-old boy and then a girl, something like that. And the shower prawn, the yellow shower prawn videos, probably something like that. Or like maybe they watched that, the R. Kelly documentary or something, or they saw the Chappelle show when he was pretending to be R. Kelly, and I piss on you or whatever it was. It was a THC drink. Didn't know there was a thing. I don't know. Okay, so I guess they arrested somebody for driving while drinking. Whoop-de-fucking-do. Now they have porn pictures and books in the school. Yeah. YouTube had ElsaGate. It had a lot of potty humor. Yeah. It won't be long until both the city council and mayor's office will have the backs of those seen and heard resisting arrest and demanding explanations as if permission is owed to them. Crime in New York City. Let's see what's going on here.
No. Why the fuck is you tasing? No. Go. Gang. Leave. Why are you doing this to him? Why are you doing this to him? What are you detaining me for, bro? What are you detaining me for, bro? What are you detaining me for? My nigga, what are you doing to him? What are you doing to him? I'm good, bro. What are you doing to him? I'm not resisting. What are you doing to him? I'm not doing nothing, bro. My nigga, what are you doing to him?
Sure seems like he's resisting to me.
Why did you tase him? Why did you? I got 7 million votes. 7 million votes. That's my lawyer. I promise you, you're gonna fight.
Oh, wow, look, they're fighting. I'm not resisting as he's fighting.
Put your hands behind your back now. My man, I'm gonna hit you. Put your hands behind your back now. What are you reaching for? What are you reaching for? What are you reaching for? All three of them are under. Hand. You are under arrest. Put your hands behind your back now.
Yeah, I don't know. As a teen, cops would confiscate our beer, found out they were drinking at the police station. Oh, well. Yeah. A cool cop would make you pour it out back in the day. Gavin Newsom is such a bozo because he created a task force to investigate oil and gas company price gouging. California, the task force found no price gouging going on. They said that state taxes and regulations impact the price. Yeah, implemented by Newsom are to blame for the high prices. Yeah, I could have told him that without even opening up. That guy should have been in cuffs too. You can't approach a cop with hostile attitude. That's right. Lock them all up, I say. Oh, man. 1 second, I'll close some tabs here. This is terrible. This is just terrible. An 11-year-old boy shot dead in a road rage attack while riding to school with his family. Tyler Matthew Johns, 22, is accused of firing the fatal shot during what Las Vegas police called a road rage incident. The altercation began after two vehicles started jockeying for position, trying to pass each other on a congested freeway. Johns then pulled a handgun and fired into the backseat of the other car. He's charged with open murder. What is open murder?
Two vehicles became involved in a road rage incident when they began jockeying for positions, trying to pass each other on the congested freeway. One vehicle tried to pass the other vehicle on the shoulder, and at that time, both occupants of their vehicles rolled the window down and got into a verbal exchange. Our suspect then produced a handgun and fired one round at our victim vehicle, tragically striking an 11-year-old passenger who was sitting in the back seat of that vehicle. The stepfather driving the victim vehicle then rammed the suspect vehicle, causing them both to come to a stop in the middle of the freeway. Both drivers then got out of their vehicle and got in a heated exchange. At this time, a Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department officer was driving by on the freeway, was held down, and was able to take the suspect into custody. Shortly after that, the Henderson Fire Department arrived on scene, and despite their best efforts and the efforts of the medical professionals at UMC, that 11-year-old succumbed to his injuries.
I'll bet he was trying to keep him from fleeing the scene. Yeah, I bet so too. Wait, we just saw this. Leroy Jenkins. What? There's another person now, Leroy Johnson, giving me some bullshit. And here it is. Another Democrat confirmed by Michigan State Police shows Hamtramck Council member Abu Musa handling several bundles of absentee ballots to a driver. The video that shows the driver getting out and attempting to stuff the ballots into a drop box. The only problem, they don't fit. He begins forcing them in. Then he reaches for two more stacks, constantly looking around to see if anyone was watching. Guess what? It happened again 4 days later. Hamtramck's primary elections on August 5th. Musa came in first with 1,129 votes. Leroy Jenkins. I drive through that our weekly. It's barely congested by the East Coast standards. People around here are just a bunch of whiners. Lincoln had shift eye. Election records reveal that 843 of Musa votes were cast by absentee ballots, while only 286 came on election day itself. Without the absentee votes, Musa would have ranked just fifth in the 12-person contest. Musa is under investigation for not living in Hamtramck and was named in the 2023 election fraud investigation, but was never charged. This is what happens. We currently live in a high-trust society. That's why we can have all these things and do all this stuff. We've imported a whole bunch of low-trust people in from low-trust societies, and this is what they do.
New video obtained by Local 4 shows a black pickup truck pulling up outside Hamtramck City Hall in the middle of the night, just days before the primary election. All of a sudden, the lights turn on inside the truck. That's when you spot 3 men inside, including what appears to be Council Member Abu Musa in the back seat, the same council member who is seeking re-election right now. The video then shows the driver getting out and stuffing absentee ballots into the drop box. The only problem? They don't all fit. He then starts pushing them in, before reaching for 2 more stacks. The whole time looking around to see if anyone is watching. After about 2 minutes, the group drives away. And get this, Local 4 found that it happened again, only 4 days later. This time, a different car pulling up with what appears to be the same council member in the passenger seat. He then starts handing bundles of ballots to the driver, dropping off 3 large stacks. City election results show Musa received 1,129 votes during the primary, making him the top contender for city council in November. Michigan State Police confirmed the videos are part of an ongoing investigation. It all comes just days after 2 Hamtramck City Council members were charged with election.
Wow. We have Charles and Company with 5 gifted Jim Tells You memberships. And then Rudd comes in with a $20 super sticker. And that, folks...
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Wow, thank you. Let's see who's got those memberships. It says Debbie Do. Whatever you want, Debbie Do receives a gift of membership. SWA, Glitch, Lidden Lady, Laura W. All received gifted memberships from Charles and Company. And then Rudd with the $20. And what's this U.S. Navy status? I'm confused what this is supposed to be. Let's see here. Yes. Nice. Thank you, Charles. You're the champ. Nice. Woohoo. Thank you, Charles. Howdy, folks. Rudd, thank you, too. The U.S. Admiral on a first Westpac new role. Okay. All right. What's up, Jay Liebgott? Yep, they're cheating, definitely. Lock them up. Yeah, thanks, Rudd. Thanks, Charles. Wow, chat Ruox. This one, yeah. Awesome, cool, very well. Thanks to help out. So yeah, so with that, we are now, let's see, so that's 21, so that's 1, so then so then 30 off of 75 is 45 plus 1 for we're now $46 away from a second additional hour. Right, $46 away from a second additional hour. Thank you so much to everybody. Who are those people I just gifted? YouTube Would Lurkers get membership for frequent commenters? The way YouTube does it, Charles, I don't know. It's just random the way that YouTube does it. You know, I wish YouTube was like, honestly, I wish YouTube was like Rumble. When Rumble, if you gift memberships in Rumble, it only goes to people that are present in the chat. That's a good thing. It's random. Yep. Thank you, guys. Yes. Thank you, Charles and Rudd. Thank you so much to both you guys. It's greatly appreciated. Greatly appreciated. Starf says, I get gifts all the time. YouTube would not let me super chat, only a sticker. Weird. I don't know why, man. I don't know what's up. YouTube has some weird glitches sometimes. They really do. Really weird. Really weird glitches sometimes. Okay. Oh. All right. Well, here's one thing here real quick. I'll show you. This is Nate's tumor in Nate's head. It's here's my brain tumor. Surgery had to be postponed. Because it's massive. We'll be under the knife Wednesday. So it's a lot bigger than they thought it was. You see this thing? It's huge. First they thought it was a golf ball. This must be his fake eye. He's got a glass eye. I'm imagining that's what it is. He's already got a glass eye or something. His skull looks really weird, doesn't it? Look really odd. Skull. YouTube loves me. I'm premium. YouTube stinks. Have my fingers crossed for Joe on that one. I received memberships when I wasn't even in the chat. Yeah. It says, I can't get gifted. Welcome to my world. Yeah. Wow, Nate. Prayers for Nate. Yeah. Fans who might convert to paid supporters rather than pure random users. Yeah, it would be nice. It would be. You're right. Rebooting didn't help either. Yeah, it's some weird stuff. I don't get it. I really don't. And then I'll put this up too. This is a little break. We'll do a little break in between the crime stuff. So this is the new Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Daryl Claudel, visited the USS Blue Ridge, LCC 19 today at the Commander Fleet Activities Yasuko during his first trip in the role. A tour that includes stops in South Korea, Japan, Guam, and Hawaii. I said a prayer for Nate today. I did too. So let's see.
Foreign heads of Navy, dignitaries, and other distinguished guests, this group of battle-ready sailors have put on a full display of professionalism, spirit, and pride of our Navy. And as the flagship of the entire U.S. 7th Fleet, the most capable command and control platform in our inventory, for every ocean you sail and every port you put into, you are the nation's messengers of diplomacy. Your forward presence on the horizon, over 19,000 tons of freedom, serves as a stark reminder to our adversaries that Blue Ridge is always ready to answer our nation's call.
I always thank my seamen.
There's no doubt it has been a...
All right, back to some more crime. Good for y'all praying for Nate. It's an awful thing to discover. It's brutal. No, I mean soldiers, law. Well, you said seaman. Oh, seaman, not seaman. Okay. Atlanta, brothers pulling an injured cop from a burn. Well, this is actually another good story. Atlanta's brothers pulling an injured cop from a burning car while dodging gunfire. An Atlanta officer crashed his patrol car into a house, got trapped, and the car caught fire. Brothers Keyshawn Robinson and Ryan Beck rushed in, pulled him out, then had to drag him again when a gun in the car started going off. They said they were just doing what they were raised to do. They said they were doing what they were raised to do, and their mom couldn't be prouder. Oh, sailors. Oh, I thought you said soldiers. Sailors. All right, I get it. Wow, this looks like a... No. Yes.
A hero citizen pulling a wounded Atlanta police officer from a burning patrol car after he crashed into a home. The Good Samaritans even dodged bullets from a gun that started going off inside the vehicle. And they called for help using the officer's radio.
We have an officer down. Officer S-A-F-I. Hello? On North Avenue. On North Avenue? Yeah, hurry up. He's been in a wreck. His leg is broke.
The officer remains hospitalized in critical condition. Georgia State Patrol is investigating the cause of the crash. A hero citizen pulling a wounded...
Wow. Yes. That's awesome. They should get like, seriously, they should get some kind of award or medal or something. Like Gundam Dig says, you got to be careful because semen stains. Consider yourself discharged. And it says the difference is personal or base. These are good young men. Yes, they are good young men. Yes, young people are not good at diplomacy. Get out of jail free card. That, I would say, should be a get out of jail free card. I mean, seriously. We should have those. We should have get out of jail free cards for anything like what was it? Did anyone see The Wire when they give Omar the card that says, I'll just get you out of jail, get out of jail free card for any light felony, like aggravated assault, like a light felony at best, basically get out of jail free card. I didn't think bullets would fire in a fire. I guess I was wrong. Well, they don't, it's like a cook-off. They have a game. They used to have a game called, redneck roulette that they would play. People would play, not they, but some people would play, not them, but some people would play. For a Good Samaritan act, definitely should it be a get out of jail free card. You would sit around a fire and you would throw some bullets in the fire, and then the bullet would cook them off. And you would sit there, and the first, to win, you had to stay seated and you didn't run away from the bullets firing. But the bullets, if there's no barrel, if a bullet's not in a barrel and it just goes off, it doesn't have hardly any power. I mean, you have to be really close to it. The more risky thing would be a piece of the brass from the case hitting you. So. You never heard of redneck roulette? Really? Or redneck Russian roulette? Seriously, I was told by an old timer they wouldn't explode. Never tried it. Oh, they will. They'll cook off. Yes, no, they cook off. That's why machine guns, like actual machine guns, are all open bolt, because you don't leave a bullet in the barrel, because the heat from a barrel, if it fires so much, it could just go off. And so that's why they're not closed bolt. They don't have a bullet in there. Most machine guns, like, they're open bolt. They come back and then it's open, and then it pushes the bullet in and fires, and then comes back out. And then each time it pushes a bullet in before it fires. It doesn't stop like an AR, and most most semi-automatic guns are closed bolt, which is better for accurate fire. For an accurate fire, it's a closed bolt, but flashpoint, yeah. All ammunition, all powder has a flashpoint where it will cook off. Yes, they will cook off. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it says Navy guys got differential pay in Iraq for the living conditions. Us Army guys, though, thought were awesome. So yes, I get you. I heard all the white foam on the beaches is from the seamen. Yes, it is. That's what it's from. Then the primer can go out then too. Well, yeah, if it cooks off, the primer might come flying out of the back too. But that's the more thing. Like, the bullet itself is not going to come. It's not going to come flying out with any type of force, because it's actually the pressure is what sends the bullet down the barrel, and so the pressure built up and it moves the bullet. It takes time for the bullet to get up to speed. So it's just exploding, and more than likely, just pieces of stuff are going to go flying. Pieces of brass probably fly off with other stuff. So technically, it's not going to have a lot of force. 80 men go down, 40 couples return. Oh, this is babies and little kids found living in an Oakland, California homeless drug encampment. The babies and kids are living in trash. This is Kamala Harris's hometown. Sad state of affairs. You have homeless encampments, RV encampments on pretty much every single corner. This has been just normalized. And yet, this tragedy on American streets and the crisis has exploded out of control.
I've seen now several children staying in this encampment behind me, living in trash. Oakland PD was called to assess the situation. Officer, I just couldn't believe it. I'm glad you're here, but we just saw a child there. You guys were talking to a child. Is everything okay?
There's people, there's whole families, there's adults, there's juveniles, there's pets.
There are kids living out here.
Yes, there's kids living in RVs.
So why isn't, the state called in to get the kids out of here?
I don't have all those answers for you, all right?
Okay.
Anything I can do for you, sir?
No, but I just want to make, this child's not being
she's
abused.
reunited with their mother.
Okay, child got lost?
No, she's not. She's with the mom.
Okay. You've got a mom and her child. How old's your baby?
He is almost 2 months, actually. You are a month now. Yeah.
And you've been living out here with the baby for how long?
For a minute now. I've been pregnant out here.
All right, so there are children living out here.
There are some children that's living out here.
It's crazy.
Like this young lady, she
You
went
think
into
music
labor.
copyright? Well,
She used to come to one of our shower services because once upon
if I get clipped on the copyright, I will. I do have some services, so depending on what it is that I pay for. So if this music is off of Story Blocks through Clipchamp or CapCut, I pay for CapCut Premium and Story Blocks. So either one of those services, if this music is on there, I'll be able to dispute it and get away. Get it. If it's not, if it's something else, I'll just erase it out. I'll clip it out. So. you know, this might just be some generic like ding dong, do do do. I don't know. I always wanted to see what an ammo can of 223 would do in a fire. They always cost more than I'm willing to burn. Yeah, the copyright BS needs to end. It does. The intended result of the communists and Islam. Yeah, this is it. What you're seeing.
Sometime last year we did portable shower services.
So you got diapers here, you got bottles, you got tarps.
We went and bought these for her.
Why are there so many kids out here?
If the politicians and the mayor do a little something more than what's being done, then things could change around. Because once upon a time, if they had 12 complaints or more on a property that wasn't being taken care of, Alameda County was supposed to seize that property.
As you can see, I am very tired. And not really too much for him. He's great. It's just this environment is tiring.
How long have you been in Oakland?
Almost 2 years now.
2 years now.
Yeah,
Okay.
I came here to take care of my auntie, and then she kind of bailed out, and then I just been out here.
You couldn't get back home to New Orleans?
I don't want to. I lost everything there. My dad, my big brother. It's not home anymore. So, and I wanted to see more before I die. You know, like, it's so beautiful out here. Y'all, sunsets and sunrises are the most beautiful I've ever seen so far in my travels.
This is, again, another sad state of affairs here in Oakland, California, where you have homeless encampments, RV encampments on pretty much every single corner. This has been just normalized, yet this is a tragedy on America's streets, and the crisis has exploded out of control.
It is. This is horrible. This is just horrible, man. This is horrible. Just horrible. Just horrible. Yeah. And then the illegals are in luxury hotels. It's just crazy. It is. And many will soon lose their homes in Chicago. Yeah, because they just raised, they just had a huge property tax raise. I have it somewhere. I could look for it. They had a bonfire in Chicago, like a bonfire for burning their property tax bills because they all got huge property tax bill raises. They are being paid to sit and wait for the next election. Yeah. A YouTube copyright claim on music I wrote, own, and copyright. It was hilarious. I have music that pays me, but that my grandpa wrote, and they claimed it. That's why I don't have the channel anymore. F YouTube. Looks like Baghdad. It's unconstitutional. Newsom has been talking about how millions of dollars will fix the homeless problem for a very long time. I wonder how many billions he gained from that not fixing it. They've spent billions. They're doing an audit on it, actually. Yeah. When people give them nice places, the state burns them. Yeah. The right to sound, for F's sake. I have a Dem friend that says it's all fictional Fox News. Oh, yeah. Homeless don't guarantee to vote Democrat. Yeah, I know. Homeless used to not be allowed on what was known as Skid Row. Now it's all over. It's very sad to see our nation's destroyed. The overreach of the law. Oh, no. But a lot of times the homeless aren't going to vote anyway. It's just it's like places like California, they just get the ballots for them and they vote for them. That's what's happening. The mayor of Broadview, Illinois, has declared a civil emergency after alleged out-of-state protesters threatened to become hyper-violent. This must stop. Mayor Thompson said there's a serious, incredible bomb and death threats against Broadview ICE agents, prompting her announcement. This comes after 21 people were arrested after clashes with local and state authorities, and they tried to storm the village hall. When will we start treating Antifa like they deserve to be treated?
There were more protests today outside a federal immigration facility in suburban Chicago that has become the epicenter of the anti-ICE movement. In Illinois and elsewhere, the demonstrations are becoming more confrontational. Senior correspondent Mike Tobin is in Broadview, Illinois tonight.
Another Friday, protesters mass in Broadview, Illinois, and shout at the local police who don't execute immigration enforcement. They arrive equipped with painter's masks, even a wooden shield anticipating a conflict. At a Coast Guard base near Oakland, California, as protesters rallied, thinking Border Patrol may base there, a U-Haul truck drove in reverse rapidly towards a guard gate. Warnings were ignored and the guards opened fire, 2 injured. Survivors of loved ones killed by illegal immigrants say the protesters don't get it.
Or inconvenient truths to their reality.
Operation Midway Blitz was named in honor of Katie Abraham, killed in downstate Illinois by a Guatemalan man in the U.S. illegally, driving drunk, and with false documentation.
This is a person who shouldn't have been here. If we had a rational, coherent policy or some process, he wouldn't have been here. And then Katie would be here.
21-year-old Jimmy Walden, a U.S. Marine, was killed in 2017 when a Mexican citizen in the U.S. illegally hit his motorcycle head-on.
My son's death was 100% preventable.
Terrorists! Cell phone video of Border Patrol Commander Greg Bavino throwing tear gas in Chicago's Little Village neighborhood has critics claiming agents are defying a court order to warn protesters before using crowd control weapons. The DHS says the crowd was warned after becoming aggressive, throwing rocks and other objects at agents, including one that struck Chief Greg Bavino in the head. U.S. District Judge Sarah Ellis has ordered Bavino into her courtroom to answer questions about the tactics of Border Patrol in Chicagoland area. The hearing is set for Tuesday. Shannon, back to you.
We'll track it. Mike, thank you very much.
Yeah, it's brutal. A guy called into a Tim Pool a while to warn people and ask for help. He paid off his home, but was hit with a huge property tax bill, could not pay. The state's about to steal his home. He torched up himself in the home. Well, that's brutal. Well, this Kool-Aid runs deep. It does, man. It does. Here's your warning. Watch out. See, I comply. No protests on road. So many motorcycle crashes that kill soldiers. Such a sad thing. It does. Yes, yes. ICE officially confirms that they're now going after employers who hire illegal aliens. It's about fucking time. Criminal record or not, employers must be held accountable.
At least over the first couple of days. And acting ICE Director Todd Lyons said it's not going to stop just at apprehending criminal illegal aliens. Listen to what he said.
We're going to focus on the worst of the worst, but we're also going to make sure if you're here in the country legally, we're going to get you out. And to the employers who employ and attract a lot of these illegal aliens that come in and steal American jobs, we're going to focus on those American companies as well.
Now, there's all of these protests to say, okay, you're not just focusing on criminal illegal aliens, you're focusing on folks who are just in this country illegally, you're focusing now on employers. But this is exactly what the Obama administration did in 2012, 2013, 2014. They went after criminal, they prioritized criminal illegal aliens, but they deported a lot of other people too.
Exactly.
Who were just in the country illegally, and there wasn't a huge hue and cry from the left about that.
If you're in this country illegally, you made two choices, not just to enter the country illegally or stay in the country illegally, but now you have a choice as well. You can leave now, take a $1,000 exit bonus, free flight home, and then potentially return the right legal way. But if you don't, the message is very clear. We will arrest you, but I also think that there are more facts here as well. There's about 1,400 criminal legal aliens that right now are in North Carolina in Charlotte's jails that they refuse to turn over to ICE law enforcement. If those sanctuary city politicians would work with us and actually let us into their jails to take out these MS-13 gang members, murderers, serial child rapists, which I've seen these lists of people, they are heinous individuals who are in these jails. If they are released back into Charlotte and not turned over to ICE, they will go on to re-perpetuate crimes.
Yes, finally. About time. Uncivil acts. So sad, gun. I saw where they are. The city is making the arrangements, but won't the same amount be due next year? Perpetual debt for taxes. It's called illegal for a reason. You would get an F on citizenship. When protesters turn violent, they forfeit the right to a warning. Yes, in my opinion. We don't fire warning shots. It's against the law to fire warning shots. Why would you have to give them a warning? You just, you tell them they're breaking the law, and then we got this. Look at, what do you say to people's claim that it's outside of CBP's purview to arrest illegal alien landscapers? She is pretty. I will simply listen to her. Yes, she's very pretty. Pretty. Hello, my pretty. Martha McKell, what do you say to people that claim it's outside of CBP's purview to arrest illegal alien landscapers? Border Patrol Chief Greg Bavino says, do we know the criminal record of those so-called landscapers? Do we know the criminal record of any illegal alien walking the streets here in Charlotte or anywhere else? Or what we're finding is child rapists in big box stores looking to go into people's home or hang those Christmas lights like we see in the video here? How do you know who these people are? Do you know they have a criminal record? Maybe in your home country, who are these people? Who are these people?
Here's a video that has gone viral, and I want to get your reaction to it, of landscapers who were being addressed by this individual that you see in the video. What do you say? What do you say to people when they look at that and say that falls outside of this purview of getting criminals out? What do you say to them?
Martha, do we know the criminal records of those so-called landscapers? Do we know the criminal records of any illegal alien walking the streets here in Chicago or anywhere else? What we're finding is child rapists in big box stores looking to go into people's homes or hang those Christmas lights like we see in this video here. How do you know who these people are? Do they have a criminal record maybe in their home country? Who are these people? Too many times we're finding that some very, very disreputable individuals are seeking work in people's homes, in their gardens, and otherwise. We don't want those people in society. And
We
that's
don't
what
want
we're
those
after.
people in society.
And,
We're after those people.
You know, I think we've done a
Who
really good
are
job
these
here in
people?
Chicago and other places to remove these types of individuals.
We know there was.
Who are these people? That's my best Jerry Seinfeld impression. Who are these people? Border Patrol agents were just attacked by a transgender lunatic in Charlotte. Oh my God, another Hitler supporter. And then led federal agents on a high-speed pursuit. The man dressed like a woman has been arrested and faces stiff federal charges. Greg Bavino confirmed this incident, saying this individual assaulted federal officers at a gas station that engaged in a high-speed pursuit. Hold without bond, set an example. Yes, you can't have these Hitler-supporting Nazi trannies running around. This is crazy. I don't care about their record. Here illegally, got to go. Yes, cheap landscaping. Yes, industrial adhesive and feather time. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying is what I'm saying. I'm saying. I work for Dems. Good for you. Dems like landscaping. Oh, Dem law. All right. Oh, clearly, you look at this. You can clearly tell this is a fucking Nazi, right? Because you cannot see
what we had here today was
if it's a man or a woman.
Federal officer. This individual assaulted federal officers at a gas station about a mile away, and then engaged officers in a high-speed pursuit. Failed to yield to our lights and siren. She traveled down this cul-de-sac here, came to a stop, and was arrested. That's what we know right now.
Thank you. Was it a protester or?
We don't know at this time. We don't know.
They paved our road. Now ours is triple what it was.
individuals, 6,300 are convicted.
All right, well. All right, here, and so this says woman arrested in North Charlotte for assaulting a federal officer. I don't know, is that a woman or is that, Transformers, more than meets the eye. That's not an oil spigot. Guess he's just happy to see me. Cash under the mattress, yes. Hippopotatrans. It'll love the men's prison. That is just pat. Yes. The men will love it. Shocked. The DHS says 161,000 aliens who have already been ordered to leave the U.S. are being targeted in the Charlotte metro area. You heard that. 161,000 illegal aliens who have already been ordered to leave the U.S. are being targeted in the Charlotte metro region. How many illegal aliens are in our fucking country? How many? Gold in the ground. Yes, and the men will love it. Damn transmission mechanics.
Well, Border Patrol can expect to see the same fight back movement that was waged in Chicago, that was waged in LA, and we are going to bring that same energy here in Charlotte.
Oh, good.
Just as we saw in Chicago and LA, protesters and federal agents are already clashing in Charlotte, which is the latest hotspot for the Trump administration's illegal immigration crackdown. Federal immigration agents launched
Fight back. That sounds an awful insurrection-y to me.
in that North Carolina
Sounds kind of
city.
insurrection-y to me.
Netting more than 130 arrests in its first 2 days. News Nation's Allie Bradley is on the ground there in Charlotte. So, Allie, what more can you tell us about this new and latest operation?
Yeah, hey, Nicole. So Operation Charlotte's Web, that is in full swing right now. As you can see behind me, these immigration officials conducting some of their enforcement operations right now. But when it comes down to it, over the last 2 days, Commander Gregory Bovino confirming that they've arrested more than 130 illegal immigrants across the Charlotte area. And this morning, we were actually out when he was walking around on a work site at the east end of town where they were checking on people's legal status. No arrests were made during that time. This is CBP agents are all across town checking on that legal status of individuals across the Charlotte area. But why Charlotte? Well, DHS says it's because the city operates as a sanctuary jurisdiction and criminal illegal immigrants are being released back to the streets instead of being turned over to ICE. Now, we can tell you that there are more than 161,000 illegal immigrants living in the area that have a final order of removal. This means that they violated their immigration terms. They didn't qualify for asylum. A judge ordered them removed, but they have not left. Now, of those 161,000 individuals, 6,300 are convicted criminals. Now, the deployment of federal resources, though, coming with mixed
English, motherfucker, do you speak it?
Circulated over the weekend. Republican lawmakers say the operation is critical, while Democrat Governor Josh Stein says the tactics that federal officers are using are going too far.
We've seen masked, heavily armed agents in paramilitary garb driving unmarked cars, targeting American citizens based on their skin color.
Bullshit. No, they're not. They're targeting illegal aliens. Maybe if you weren't a fucking scumbag, you wouldn't protect and defend illegal aliens who are rapists and murderers and kill people. But you're a fucking Democrat, so you're a scumbag.
Racially profiling and picking up random people in parking lots and off of our sidewalks. This is not making us safer. It's stoking fear and dividing our community.
This is important. The criminals that they're getting off the streets need to happen, and I'm very thankful that they're doing their job.
So Border Patrol telling us, the chief, we talked to Mike Banks early last week, and he's telling us that no city is safe, that they will be going everywhere throughout the United States. We know that there are thousands of agents across 25 cities. Next up for Border Patrol, they're going to be going to New Orleans. They've got their sights set on Louisiana under an operation called Catahoula Crunch. Nicole.
All right, so Allie, you actually just witnessed an assault on a federal officer within the last half hour. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, so this was really interesting. I was actually standing there with Chief Bovino and his team, and this car actually barreled over a curb, sped into the parking lot. That individual received a warning from Border Patrol agents, and then that individual proceeded to try to block their vehicles in, and at that point had reversed into a government vehicle. So right now, this individual that's sitting on the ground right here, we can show you, is actually being charged with assault on a federal officer. This was after a pursuit as well. So this individual took off from the scene, sped away about a mile where they pursued this individual, and now ultimately will be arresting them and taking them into custody for that prosecution as well, Nicole.
All right, Allie Bradley live for us there on the ground in Charlotte,
Yes,
North Carolina.
they can use bacon. Bacon, definitely. Use bacon. Yeah, we talked about the, we talked about the targeting of the, we talked about the targeting of the Yeah, of the employers. That was like maybe what 15, 20 minutes ago. We talked about the targeting of the employers. She's a comedian. Yeah. Individual what though? Yeah. Did I cover the announcement that they're going to go after the employers finally? Yeah, we talked about it like 15 minutes ago. It was an announcement from the head of ICE, the acting head of ICE or whatever his name was. You must have missed it. Yeah, it was just a brief video from like Fox. ICE did not raid a church, but they were right that I would post about it Monday and debunk this crap. Lost in the legacy media is how in Maine ICE aggressive operations were in Charlotte raiding a church. And they go, oh yeah, but look, we're sure that they're gonna respond. They're gonna talk about. Why doesn't ICE just go to Home Depot parking lot and say, I need 20 guys for a construction job, get in a van? That would be funny. That would be funny. That would be a way to get them, is just go hire them as day laborers. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the criminal illegal alien has a history of violence, including assault with a deadly weapon, multiple counts of burglary, multiple counts of carjacking with a firearm, trespassing on private property, multiple counts of taking a vehicle without the owner's consent, possession of hypodermic needle, and all this other shit. My posts are being throttled, but I'll try one more time. This is Roman Servitoski. He lived here since age 5. Tomorrow he'll be taken from his U.S. citizen and 2 young daughters and deported to Ukraine. Will be conscripted in the army. Well, guess what? He's a criminal, a violent criminal, and he's illegally in the country. And he needs to go back to Ukraine and fight for Ukraine because we keep sending all the money to Ukraine, and he could clearly go to Ukraine and defend his country, which is Ukraine. Yeah. Him too. Funny looking. Yeah, he's funny looking. Mm-hmm. Justin, Border Patrol Commander Greg Vino fires back at the leftists, furious that landscapers were questioned by federal agents. Oh, we saw this already. We're fighting child rapists and all this stuff. So this is just it's the same story. We already seen this. Look at this. This is there we go. An illegal alien from El Salvador has been convicted of first-degree rape of a child under the age of 13 in Louisiana. Did you know that the state of Florida now has a policy, I believe, of any sexual assault or rape of a child under the age of 13, I believe, or 12 or 13 or something like that, any of them, it's a death penalty case now. Yeah. So we just bought a giant wood chipper to take care of everything. I have no problem with ICE raiding churches, schools, or anywhere illegal aliens are. It's time to take the kid gloves off. Yes. 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 More. An illegal alien from El Salvador. It took the jury just 30 minutes to find him guilty after hearing how he first tortured the child. This is who the anti-ICE demon rat demonstrators are defending. This is who the demon rats are defending. This type of scumbag right here.
Livingston Parish jury has convicted a 35-year-old man of first-degree rape involving a victim under the age of 13. Welner Sura, originally from El Salvador, was found guilty Friday. Investigators say key evidence from the trial made for a quick decision by the jury, only spending just over half an hour on deliberation. Sura is expected to be sentenced on January 20th. He faces a mandatory life sentence. Livingston Parish jury has convicted a
Well, if it's a mandatory life sentence, why don't we just shorten that life a little bit? Just in, a female illegal alien in Jasper County, Texas, has been arrested for sending fully nude photographs of herself to a 12-year-old boy in a sick bid to sexually entice him. Jim, is he white? I don't have a lot of tonight for whatever reason. We didn't have a bunch of those today. I couldn't get the information to say, but if I had to guess, if I had a wager on it, Joe, I would say he was probably listed as white. Yes. Mandate Given says, dump in the ocean. Have a nice day. Fearing the 26-year-old Susana Mendoza would flee the U.S., police immediately contacted ICE. So she sent nude pictures of herself to a 12-year-old boy. He won't last long in general population. Not in Louisiana. No. I'm pretty sure they have a prison there called Angola. So this 26-year-old sent pictures of herself.
Just go ahead and take a look here on your screen. We do have an update for you that came into the newsroom. A woman has been arrested after parents of a boy reported her for sending explicit pictures and text to their son. Susanna Mendoza, age 26, who you see there on your screen, was charged with solicitation of a minor, which is a second-degree felony after an investigation into the alleged crime. According to the Jasper County Sheriff's Office, several days ago, they were contacted by the parents of a boy who has since turned 13, who said that Mendoza had sent him nude photos and a vulgar text and messages to attempt to entice the child. Well, the parents became aware of the situation and immediately reported it to the Sheriff's Office. The Sheriff's Office then began the investigation and Mendoza was arrested. The Sheriff's Office report says that they believe she is in the U.S. illegally as she has allegedly threatened to flee the country. Let's go ahead and take a look here on...
Joe is correct here. I bet he's one of your whites. I bet so. And then Joe's right. The poor kid, that's who sent the pics. Kid, they don't all look like that. No, they don't. They don't all look like that. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm making fun of that. I'm a terrible human. No. I mean... I for some reason, I always have a different, like, yeah, that would mess up a 12-year-old for years looking at that. Like I don't know. I mean, it's like if it's a 14, 15-year-old boy and a 20-something-year-old girl, I would think that's probably like a boy's dream type of thing. Weird type of thing to say, but you know, they're boys and they're going through puberty and all these emotions towards them. Obviously, it's illegal and they shouldn't do that, and it's bad, and the women's are horrible. But what I'm saying is, like, I think it's more damaging on a girl, and I'm sorry, because there's a difference between boys and girls, and there's a difference, you know, and you know, I don't know. You know, like, especially you see like these teachers who are like, you know, in their mid-20s, and then it's like a 16, 17-year-old high school boy and, you know, hot for teacher type of thing. Exactly. That's like a, you know, those things are like, you know, yeah, she probably sent a filtered pic with makeup and Photoshop. Yeah, probably. Probably. But, oh, this is, fuck, man. These stories, these are so disgusting and are so, oh. An illegal alien from Honduras has been arrested for molesting multiple young girls, ages 7, 9, and 11, inside of a Long Island TJ Maxx. Kathy Hochul is harboring thousands of pedophiles and deserves the ICE raid from hell. Joe says, no, Jim, boys and girls are all the same, you bigot. Oh. Some boys have testosterone, others have soy.
Man with criminal history is accused of inappropriately touching young girls in a store. News 12's Liz Burke was in court as the suspect faced a judge.
Should never happen.
Shoppers at the TJ Maxx on Horseblock Road in Medford shocked to hear about a man being accused of inappropriately touching young girls.
It is very sad.
In court Sunday, 44-year-old Jimmy Harry Velasquez Gomez pleaded not guilty to charges of sexual abuse and endangering the welfare of a child. The prosecutor stated that his residence is in Honduras, while his defense attorney said he's lived in Suffolk County for 5 years. According to court documents, Velasquez Gomez squeezed the buttocks over the clothes of a 9-year-old girl in October and a 7-year-old girl and 11-year-old girl at the same TJ Maxx in April and in September.
Man with criminal history is accused of inappropriately touching young.
Democrat hero, they're illegal aliens. With the time you have left here, stop having sex with children. Thank you. There's not a single safe space for girls and women in blue cities. They're infested by design via the left with pedophiles, rapists that are legally in our country. Deport all illegal aliens now. New wood chipper, feet first. Yes, definitely. Make him extra chunky. It's happening in the southern countries as well as they do up here. It's common down there. Yes, they don't consider it. See, Charles, from what I've been told, like I'm not an expert or anything on this, but from what I've been told, they have a different like age of consent age, like that they think it's the I don't know, like I think in Mexico it's like 14 or something or 13 or I don't know. When did they do the quinceañera? Is that 16 or is that 15 or I don't know. I mean, that's when they're considered to be a woman. I don't know. Charge them all with about 20,000 volts. Yes. How did he get into the dressing room with kids? Don't most stores have cameras right outside them? Chipper set to slow. Yes. DHS confirms to Fox News that ICE has arrested an Uzbeki illegal alien wanted terrorist who was driving an 18-wheeler in Kansas and has been given a CDL by the state of Pennsylvania. That's at 15. 15 means quince. Okay, so quinceañera is 15, and that's, I think, when they consider him a woman, right? In Mexico, to be like... So 31-year-old Akhora Bazavrova had an arrest warrant in Uzbekistan since 2022 for being a member of a terrorist organization and is accused of distributing terrorist propaganda, calling for jihad online, and recruiting terrorists. 15, couldn't say 15. Per DHS, he was caught and released at the border by the Biden administration. It's their coming out party read for courting. ICE arrested him on November 9th when he was working as a commercial truck driver. He was granted work authorization by the Biden administration in January of 2024 and has a commercial driver's license issued by the state of Pennsylvania. So that's right. So we've got fucking terrorists driving around in trucks, semis that they could pack with whatever and do whatever. And yeah, not a woman, but a debutante. Okay. Should have been on camera if the stores are like they are here at the sausage factory. Per the statement from DHS, not only was Bazarazarov a wanted terrorist released into the country by the Biden administration, but he was also given a commercial driver's license by Governor Shapiro's Pennsylvania. This should go without saying, but terrorists, illegal aliens should not be operating 18-wheelers on America's highways. Biden and Mayorkas allowed countless terrorists to come into our country. President Trump and Secretary Noem unleashed ICE to target these national security threats. How did he get into the country in the first place? Did he claim asylum because he's a victim of political persecution for being a terrorist? Yeah, I wonder if that's what he was granted political asylum. Democrats imported them, and Sanctuary Colorado coddled these vicious Tren de Aragua terrorists. They're now on the run. They're wanted in connection with 2 brutal assaults and another attempted bloody murder. Your daughter had hers in March. Oh, well, congratulations. Debutante means eligible for marriage. Congratulations, Joe. And bacon from debut. Okay. Sausage for the large dog. Okay. These are probably all listed as white men, too. Especially in Colorado.
Police in Salida are looking for 3 suspects who they say were involved in a home invasion and assault earlier this month and may be tied to a Venezuelan gang. Police say this all began on November 1st when someone was assaulted by a group of men. That group attempted to follow the victim home and ended up entering the Sinawab Trail Lodge in Salida. They forced their way inside, assaulted 2 people there, and held them against their will before the suspects ran from the scene. Those 2 victims were unrelated to the first victim earlier in the night. 1 man has been arrested in connection with the incident and 3 others, De Villa Brito Ibarra, Carlos Garcia Reyes, and Wissam Ruiz, are all still at large. Police in Salida are...
Is she, Charles says, is she AI? I would think if she was AI, she would be much prettier. You know, they would make her much prettier. And Joe says, quinceañera in Latin America among Latinos, a celebration of a girl's 15th birthday and her transition from childhood to adulthood, but typically involving a mass followed by a party. Bella hungry? Oh, I don't know. Oh, I got to fix the bed. She's off the bed. Not the bed, but I got to fix the camera here. Let me see if I can flip it. It makes it look better if I flip her over to the other way. Here, image, let's see. No, I don't think it matters, right? Whoa, 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 whoa. Mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm. It's awesome. I love the culture. I was blessed to work in Mexico when I was young. How do I sleep? I have restless leg syndrome. Drogas. Mm-hmm. Speaking of which, we've been going for 3.5 hours, and technically this would be the end of the show, but I granted a half hour. So we have 30 minutes left on the first additional hour, and we are $46 away from a second additional hour. So if we get $46 in the next 30 minutes or so, when the goal is active on YouTube, the timer, before that runs out, we will add another hour to the show. Okay. Thank you. Please remember to hit the like button. Please subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. Well, cool, Jim. Thank you. We have an illegal alien from Algeria raped 2 women in the back of his taxi in separate incidents. Is back on the road thanks to Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg allowing Mohammed Belbia to plead guilty to lesser charges and harboring him from ICE. Get 10 more minutes? I don't know what that means, get 10 more minutes. We are far more capable beings than the system they should shove this into. What's the smallest increment of time? You mean what? Like to get more time? No, I have on the up here on the thing. So it says if you look at the goal, if you click on the goal, it says 28 minutes and 47 seconds right now left on the goal. So so we actually got a little bit YouTube time. So we actually got a little more than that. Come on, Jim. I don't know what you mean. What are you talking about? On the smallest increment of time for the goal is 30 minutes. Suspected illegal aliens arrested for violently robbing a shopper in Miami Mall. They confirmed with Border Hawk that all 4 suspects are being held on immigration detainers. Probably all listed as white, too. How can you plead lesser charges so the women are not considered important enough to prosecute for rapier acts? Well, no. Yes, Sunshine wants to know, 46, where are the buyers of memberships? Yeah, that's like, 30, that's 5, and then 12. So you like 8 memberships right there. And that would be, 7 memberships closed. 7 times 5 is 45 or 42. So that would be 4. I don't know. Anyone. It's all there, printed and waiting to go. Here's the story from these. Why is the question? Fascinating. 4 suspects, illegals arrested for robbing shopper at Miami Mall. Huh. A group of suspects being held on immigration detainers after being arrested. They ambushed. The victim was shopping in Dolphin Mall in Sweetwater when he was ambushed by 2 men who stole thousands of dollars worth of jewelry from him and fled the scenes. The suspect sped off in a 2025 BMW X6 with 2 accomplices inside. The thieves pawned the stolen jewelry for $3,000 before they were pulled over by police, who found more jewelry in a vehicle and nearly $32,000 in cash. Wow. The suspects were identified as Yaro Avier Roman Morales Catal, 21, strong arm robbery, battery, dealing stolen property. Jacob Jorcada Fracado Mortales Catal, strong arm robbery, $7,500 bond. Cherry Yugigas Gamala Carana Vazalas. 28. Accessory after the fact. Bastian Alexander Rojas Munoz. Dealing in stolen property. And look, they're all listed as white. They're all listed as whites. There you go. Look at this. They're all listed as whites. Look. Look at this. Gomez, Cherry Valenis, white, female. Morales, Jacob Casares, white, male. Moracataco, Javier, white, male. Ross Jamunas, Bastian Alexander, white, male. So you got a 4 for 1. And, oh, here we go. They're all whites. All them damn whites. More exclamation points. Stat. Note, I'll be taking a 2-week break for Thanksgiving. Enjoy the holiday. Illegal alien crime. She does this. Your whites are at it again. Yes, they are. I'm going to have to do something about it, Joe. I'm going to have to step up. I'm going to have to do something. So this is the illegal alien crime roundup from 11/16/2025. It's been 2 weeks since the last roundup. Here's a rundown of the 25 cases that's come to light. I will post the links in the replies. Why aren't statistics experts complaining about this ruining their data studies? Because they, white equals Latino. Yes. So we got Gloucester County, New Jersey, illegal alien arrested for death by auto. Collin County, Texas. In the Polk County, Florida, Kenosha, Davidson. So we're going to go right through this because we're going to skip over this and we're going to get to where they actually list them right here. See? Get some pictures. Right here. Gloucester, New Jersey. Legal alien was arrested for death by auto. UK alien, criminal history of criminal victim, and crash while fleeing from police. So we'll do a quick.
Investigators say a man who caused a deadly crash while fleeing an attempted traffic stop in Gloucester County gave officers a fake name. George Leonard, a resident of the United Kingdom, was previously identified as 28-year-old Steve Hall. Leonard is charged with second-degree death by auto and possession of a fraudulent government license. Investigators say a man who caused a deadly crash.
Then, Collin County, Texas, minor on detainer accused of attacking woman with hammer. A 17-year-old arrested in Texas after attacking a woman with a hammer was jogging in the park. He now has an ice hold. Oh. Why are they detaining children? Leave the children alone.
Details from Plano police. According to investigators, that woman was hit at least twice with a hammer, and detectives did find that hammer as well as duct tape and other items at the crime scene they're not ready to reveal.
It's scary, actually.
Frequent users of Bob Woodruff Park in Plano are uneasy after a woman was attacked by a stranger with a hammer late Thursday afternoon.
We know lots of people that are out here, so if we see somebody we don't know, then we avoid that area.
According to Plano police, the woman was jogging along the path at Shiloh Road just south of Park Boulevard around 5 p.m. Thursday when 17-year-old Sergio Noe de Nova Duarte approached and violently attacked her with a hammer.
Initially, what got the suspect away from her is that she fought this suspect off of her.
Officer Andre Smith says the victim was hit at least twice and suffered serious but non-life-threatening injuries. Duarte ran off but was caught later that night.
There was evidence left at the scene that led us to a person of interest, and about 4 hours later, right at about 9 o'clock, we took an individual into custody.
Officer Smith says that evidence recovered at the park included the hammer, duct tape, and other items that police do not want to disclose at this time. Duarte is charged with aggravated kidnapping bodily injury of first-degree felony.
A lot of people have the misunderstanding that an individual has to have a pickup truck or a van and load someone up in the vehicle to kidnap them. But in fact, if you use a deadly weapon in the commission of a felony, they're actually abducted while, standing still in that spot.
Back at Bob Woodruff Park, the women we spoke to are looking out for one another.
Yeah, they're looking out for one another. They always pay attention. Pulaski County, Arkansas, man and detainer arrested for crash that killed 2. Oh, another white male. What do we know? Look, white. Another white male. Rodriguez, Jose Luis Solano. White male. Arkansas State Police. Polk County, Florida, illegal alien arrested for sexual battery of a minor. Last week, Miguel Estrado Gomez Cardona was arrested for sexual battery. A victim, 16 or 17, no valid license, never issued. He's on a detainer. White male, another white male. Man, they're stacking them. They're stacking these white males, man. They're stacking the white males, Joe. Davidson County, Tennessee, man on detainer arrested for triple murder. Man on immigration detainer arrested for triple murder at prostitution house.
Tracking crime in Antioch 1 year after 3 people were killed. Metro investigators say they have indicted a suspect. It happened last September at a home on Bart Drive. Jesus Gallardo Ramirez, Antonio Munoz Rezo, and Jesus Manuel Munoz Morales were all shot. Investigators say the home was sparsely furnished and was revealed to be hiding a prostitution ring. Well, now Efrain Vincent Luna is charged with 3 counts of premeditated murder, felony murder, and especially aggravated burglary.
Especially aggravated burglary.
Arrested last October on prostitution and weapon charges. Well, tracking crime in Antioch 1 year.
Fulton County, Georgia. Murder charges against 6 MS-13 associates. A multi-count indictment has been filed in relation to the case. Okay, let me pull this real quick. Relation to the MS-13 case, 3 more suspects are named. All 3 have immigration detainer holds. Hector Paz Cortez, the body was found in a wooded area near a cemetery. Press releases, murder, assault, murder, felony, booking info. What do we know? Let's see. Paz, Hector, white male, 5'6", 180 pounds. Velasquez, Rivera, Dennis Manuel, white male, 5'8", 153 pounds. Garcia, Medellin, white female, released. So 3 more. Man, they're really stacking them, man. Asians are definitely white. Oh, yeah. They shot Jesus. Yes. They act like white Spanish. Yes. They were Aztecs, but saying. Jim, what are we going to do with this white problem? Seriously, as a Latino, this is embarrassing as fuck. Jokes aside, that's why I'm pro-deportation. Fuck up your country, not our scumbag. I agree, Joe. I agree with Joe. Me and Joe are simpatico. I don't get it. It seems every race involved is crazy. Yeah, it does, Snarf. They're all nuts. But I don't like because it skews the stats. And then people look at the stats and go, oh, look at here. Oh, look at this. Look at this over here. We got these stats. And they go, wait, why does it only say black and white on the crime stats? What the fuck's going on here? We just have black and white. Black and white. And when you're thinking, you go, oh, but white includes all the Asians, white includes all the Indians, white includes all the well, I guess Indians are Asians also. White includes all the Hispanics. Like, wait a minute. That really makes you wonder about the stats then, because then if you look at the crime stats and you compare them that way, and you go, so you have this percentage, let's say 13% of the country is committing 50% of the crimes, and the other, 87% of the country is committing 50% of the crimes. There's a problem, maybe, when you look at it that way. But you would have to figure out the actual rest of them and break it down to actually make that comparison, because who knows? On the white spectrum, yes. So Williams Alexander Malara Calderon was arrested in South Carolina in May, a month after the Fulton County murder, and charged with possession of a stolen pistol. He also has an immigration detainer hold. He was recently transferred to face the following charges. Murder, felony murder, armed robbery, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and possession of a firearm in the commission of a felony. He looks kind of young. Let's see. This says disposed of, troop bill. Let's see. White male, another white male, another white male. Carlos, Atarga, Medellin, Garpes, Latinas, Wotas, Hector Paz, Cardona. They're all arrested. They're all white males. 2 other suspects have been named in indictment, but I cannot confirm they're in custody or not. Ida County, Idaho. Illegal alien allegedly hit girl in Crossrock. Yes. We will never know. We will never know the real stats, will we? It would be nice if we could find out the real stats. The real whites need to pick up their game. Yeah, they need to start to... He looks more like Gilliganos. Let's put work. Let's put these people to work for $1 an hour doing stuff. Yes, a child killed in Idaho by a illegal alien driver with ICE warrant. This tragedy should never happen because every crime committed by illegal alien is a crime that's preventable. Los Angeles County, California, illegal alien accused of killing his wife. Legal alien that was being harbored by Gavin Newsom has been taken into custody in Mexico after he killed the mother of his children in Long Beach and crossed the border in an attempt to hide her body in Baja, California. She was found dead in the car. I think we saw this one earlier in the week, but
Man is in custody in Mexico accused of killing the mother of his children in Long Beach and crossing the border in an effort to hide her body.
The man's son says his father called him and confessed. Now it is news reporter Annabelle Munoz is live in Long Beach with all the details. Annabelle.
David and Giovanna, we did speak to the victim's son here in Long Beach. He did not speak on camera. He was on his way to work, and he described his mother as sweet, saying she would do anything for her children. 5 children ages 16 to 26 are grieving their mother's death. Araceli Romero Acevedo's eldest son, Eric Almanza, told Eyewitness News his father called him Saturday night and confessed to killing his mother. By then, he says his father was already in Tijuana. Almanza says his father told him he planned to hide Romero's remains and turn himself in, and that it was the suspect's mother who called police. His father, identified by Mexican authorities as Eric N., is in custody. The Baja California State Attorney General's office says around 8:30 p.m., authorities received a report of a deceased person inside a vehicle, adding that the victim was found in the passenger seat with visible signs of violence, including possible signs of strangulation. They identified Eric N. as the victim's alleged romantic partner and said he suspected of committing the crime in Long Beach and then driving across the border. According to Almanza, his parents had argued that afternoon and his mother was taking his father to work around 3 p.m. He says Romero was born and raised in Tijuana before moving to the U.S., where she graduated from a trade school to work in medical billing before doing tax-related work. Almanza says his mother really cared about her kids and would help pick them up through life's ups and downs.
Huh. Why, whenever these people on the TV or whatever say, whenever it's anything in like a Latin area or whatever, no matter what it is, they always say it with that crazy super they're trying to sound like they like Spanglish, Spanish English, Spanglish. Oh wait, never mind, I forgot. Orange County, California, illegal accused of DUI, pedestrian fatality. Per multiple sources, a suspect DUI hit-and-run driver killed an elderly pedestrian in Orange County on Friday. It's a Mexican illegal alien and ICE fugitive who had an active deportation order. Mecklenburg County, North Carolina, man on detainer charged with murder of unborn child. Murder of unborn child. Man on detainer.
CMPD says Arnold Santos Deras assaulted his girlfriend at a home on Farmhurst Drive in South Charlotte last Sunday. That's just off Nations Ford Road. The next day, the victim gave birth to a stillborn fetus. Santos Deras turned himself in. He's facing several charges, including murder of an unborn child and assault on a female. CMPD Charlotte last Sunday.
This always confuses me how the Democrats will call this. I mean, I agree that it is the murder of an unborn child, but this, they're fine with it up to 9 months with an abortion. Like as the baby's coming out, they're fine with someone whacking it in the head with a hammer, because that's what that one doctor used to do. His name was like Gosnell. Gosnell was his name. Yes, I'm a whateverist. Chicago, Illinois, illegal alien arrested for shooting at federal agents. Illegal alien from Mexico has been charged in relation to the Saturday shooting. The suspect Fire in a black Jeep fired 5 to 7 shots toward the agents operating in a little village area. We saw that too. Davidson County, Tennessee, man and detainer arrested for rideshare sex assault. Oh, Davidson County, Tennessee. Jamal Al-Kahari has been arrested for an alleged sexual assault of a woman who was driving home as a rideshare driver. He is an immigration detainer hold. Our court records say he has a lengthy criminal history before the Nashville assault. The record includes multiple charges out of Maricopa County, Arizona in 2020, including harassment and stalking, as well as reckless driving. We got Alakazam, Alakaboom. Jamal S. Alakazam, Alakahari.
Tonight in Operation Crime and Justice, a man on Metro's most wanted list behind bars charged with sexually assaulting a woman while working as a rideshare driver.
Now, Fox 17 News did some checking and discovered that the man managed to get behind the wheel for a national transportation company despite having had a previous criminal record. Fox 17 News' Madeline Nolan's now live on Broadway with one woman's warning tonight.
Yes, Scott, Metro Police say that Jamal Al-Akari was captured in Detroit after being on the run for more than a year. Now, records show that he was working for a black car company right here in Nashville.
I had a really bad cramp in my leg.
Having
Wow.
a pretty lengthy criminal history. A night out on Broadway turned into a nightmare for Heather, who asked us not to share her last name. She says she ordered a ride home in October of 2023 and was assaulted by the driver inside the vehicle.
I told myself, like, just don't move a muscle, and if he thinks that you're sleeping, he'll stop.
Oh, we saw this one
And he did
the other day.
Heather says the driver was Jamal Al-Akari, a man with a record that stretches back years. Court documents show multiple charges out of Maricopa County, Arizona in 2020, including harassment and stalking, and another charge in Kentucky for reckless driving. A few years later in Nashville, he faced grand jury indictments for aggravated kidnapping and sexual battery involving an incapacitated victim. Heather says the terror didn't end that night. She shared video of who she believes is Al-Kahari coming back to her apartment days later, trying to open her front door. She called 911 4 times before police arrived.
He came back to my house 3 days later, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and tried to open my front door. And I was inside my apartment, and I was just in fear and complete panic.
I confirmed Al-Kahari had previously worked for Uber and Lyft, but public records list his most recent employer as Burton Transit Nashville, a private black car company with hubs in Nashville, New Orleans, Las Vegas, and Seattle. I emailed Burton Transit multiple times on Friday and followed back up with them on Tuesday asking to confirm his employment and explain why he was hired despite his criminal history.
Yeah. I probably didn't know about it, is what they'll say. Wyandotte County, Kansas, a man and detainer arrested for rape of a child. Carlos Manuel Gallardado Barahona was arrested for rape, victim less than 14 and more. He has an immigration detainer hold. Let's see. Here he is. Yes, and it says here, rape offenders 18 or older, and a victim is less than 14. And it says he's a male, Salvadoran, race, white. Man, they really, I mean, I think honestly, this is what's skewing a lot of people. Oh no. They like to always bring up the stats. Certain people bring up the stats for like rape and sexual assault and say, see, look at the white people, they commit all these rapes and sexual assaults. We're seeing the results. Hey, Saxon Rainey says he's just a family man. Yes. What would Jefferson do? Davidson County, Tennessee, man and detainer arrested for firing a rifle, fleeing. Marcos Palacos Amaya was arrested for allegedly firing an AR-15 across several locations in South Nashville and leading officers on a chase.
The man you see in this video is behind bars right now after Metro Police say he carried an AR-15 into a South Nashville shopping center early today before leading officers on a car chase. Fox 17 News' Hope Salmon's now live outside Plaza Mariachi, the shopping center in question, with what she has learned about this guy.
Metro Police say this all started right here in the Plaza Mariachi parking lot. They say that suspect drove through firing the rifle, and that sparked a manhunt that lasted more than an hour.
Oh, it's very scary.
Where was this?
People are responding to this video when Metro Police say 24-year-old Marcos Palacios Amaya walked into Plaza Mariachi grocery store Wednesday morning with an AR-15, a place James Stratton says he has worked for more than a year.
I've never heard or seen anything like that, but that's pretty crazy to actually know that that was nearby.
Investigators say Palacios Amaya admitted to firing shots at several locations in South Nashville to scare people. He also claimed to have shot at locations in Laverne early in the morning.
Because it's pretty dead here during the day, but yeah, I don't know. Thank goodness it wasn't during like peak hours or something.
And Adina Lopez says she brings her kids to art class just a couple doors down from one of the locations.
I'm very worried because, especially because I have kids.
Police ended chasing Palacios Amaya through South Nashville before using a spike strip near Bell Road and Stewart's Ferry Pike. Fox 17 News did some digging and found he's on probation for felony theft in Rutherford County. He also has theft and auto burglary convictions in Williamson County.
Another white guy.
MNPD says no one was hurt.
Yep. Jefferson Parish, Louisiana. Legal alien arrested for sexual battle. Legal alien Franklin Lanez Sequedo was arrested for sexual battery and indecent behavior with a juvenile and molestation of a juvenile. The victim is 5 years old. Wood chipper, 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 wood chipper. East Baton Rouge Parish, illegal aliens arrested for sex trafficking ring. 3 illegal aliens from Honduras have been arrested and federally indicted for running a sex trafficking ring in Baton Rouge. Women were kidnapped and sold for $40 to $60 on WhatsApp. WhatsApp. WhatsApp.
The investigation, which began over a year ago, centered on a home where 3
Salt
to
up
5
the
men at a time
chipper.
would be waiting in line outside. This video shot by the WBRZ shows Homeland Security going in and out of one of the residences where authorities say a sex ring was operating. According to a federal indictment from the Middle District, 3 Honduran nationals were running a sex trafficking operation from that home on Nicholson and another on Astor near LSU. Zaira Lopez Oliva, Jesus Lopez, Kirsis Castellanos Carrington were all indicted this afternoon. Homeland Security began investigating in August of last year and were finally able to make arrests last month after a sting operation confirmed what was going on inside. The indictment says the clientele were given a menu of available women through WhatsApp with prices, usually paying $40 to $60. Some of those women were trafficked from Houston and New Jersey. The investigation, which began over a year ago, centered.
Wow. Wow. Wyandotte County, Kansas, man and detainer arrested for woman's murder. Kevin Camaco Morales was arrested for murder. He's an immigration detainer hold. And he's a male, height, weight, race, white, black hair, brown eyes, nationality, Mexican. Dane County, Wisconsin, man and detainer arrested for lewd behavior multiple times. Last month, Jackson Eduardo Aleman Sotelo was arrested for lewd, lascivious behavior, exposure. His bond has been set at $500 cash. Oh, what do you know? Lewd behavior. And status, yes. So he's in the prison. Yes, he's a defendant, place of birth, and the stuff, and misdemeanors. And, yes. And Shelby County, Tennessee. Why did they wait a year to raid? I don't know. I don't get the answer to that. So, all right. Well, folks, we got 1 minute and 21 seconds left on the goal. And I don't think we're going to make it. So Shelby County, Tennessee, illegal alien, Serenos 13 member arrested for murder. Member of the Serenos 13 gang, Diego Armando Radona Mendiola, was arrested for a 2012 attempted murder charge. Huh. 'Cause Doesn't say, it just says male, complexion. It says race, black. Wow, they listed this guy as a black man. Wow, they got to take this one. He doesn't look black to me, but fuck it. I'll let him have it. There you go. Race, black. Fuck it. Let him take it. Escambia County, Florida. Detainer arrested for attempted murder. Last month, Araijo Rojas Alvin Andoya was arrested for discharge of a firearm in public attempted murder. He's on an immigration detainer hold. Oh, look at this. He's like, hey, man, what's up? I'm going to kill you, man. He's in jail. ICE hold. F-level felony. Broward County, woman on detainer accused of attempting to take a child. Ivana Cristina Nobile was arrested for burglary and false imprisonment of a child. She has an immigration detainer hold. Yes. Martin County, Florida, arrested for sexual assault on a minor. Illegal alien and Russian national Igor Ravinsky was arrested for lewd and lascivious battery of a victim 12 to 16. Yeah, see? Well, here's a white. This one's actually, here you go. Here's one white guy. He's white. I will admit it. He's white. Yeah. Igor Ravinsky. He's a white guy. So there you go. So they got one. The previous edition of the roundup, we saw this. I'm not going to go through that. So let's go to the next one here. What's up, savages? How's it going? Black. Yes. Neither yours nor mine. That's crazy, isn't it? Good Logic has rated the stream. Whoa. What do you know? That's awesome. Wow. I wonder if you remember to do it to the YouTube one. Don't think so. He probably forgot. Yes. He forgets to do the YouTube one. Oh, well. Oh, well. Oh, well. Oh, well. Jim, you have to stay to welcome the new people. Well, I mean, there's not really, we've been told, yes, Real Patriot Party, what's up? Oh no, a white, no less lowercase in quotes on the actual one. Yeah, it's crazy, right? They call him a wingnut because of his ears. Yes. Yes. It says Joe Logic has rated the stream. That's on Rumble. Someone rated the stream, not on Jim, you're still going? No, he didn't, but I'm here anyway. Well, I appreciate it, but unfortunately, Mr. Parker, we did not make the last goal. We are $46 away from a second additional hour, and we just, I even extended it a little. I gave an extra half hour and everything. We just didn't do it. So DHS has released a list of criminal illegal aliens arrested in Charlotte, North Carolina. I mean, if we happen to hit it before I finish the stories I'm reading, then obviously I'll honor the goal. But let's see who the Democrats want to keep in the country. First up, Jordan Castillo Chavez from Costa Rica. He was released after they refused to honor an ICE detainer. What do you know? And then meet Jose Oela Martinez, a criminal illegal alien from Honduras, was arrested for murder. He's also released after authorities failed to honor an ICE detainer. Huh. We'll owe you 1 hour's worth of money. Oh, okay. Meet Osman Armando Paz Ortiz, a criminal alien from Honduras who was arrested for sex offenses with a child. Oof. He was released after authorities failed to honor ICE. Make a chat platform, Jim? I don't know what that means. What's a chat platform? Meet Jefferson Moises Martinez Soto, a criminal legal alien from Honduras who was arrested for sexual battery, resisting officer, and fleeing eluding arrest. Meet Santos Roca, criminal alien from Guatemala. He was arrested for carrying a concealed weapon. The next day, he was arrested for DWI. He was previously arrested for hit and run. Wow. People just Says, I sent 50 on Joe's show to get a call in an hour, then dozed off and woke up when he was landing the plane. Head to head with YouTube. That's funny. Meet Carlos Portilla Guevara, criminal legal alien from El Salvador. He was arrested for carrying a concealed weapon, discharge of a weapon. He also has released after authorities failed to honor an ICE detainer. It's just all this stuff. You pledge the money? Okay. I pledge the money. I pledge the money. Boop, 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 doop, boop, doop, boop, 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 boop. I want to remind everybody, please like and subscribe to the show if you haven't already. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, please subscribe. And if you wouldn't mind, please give it a old thumbs up there. I like it. Is Audra here? She was here earlier. Yeah. You can give 46 for another hour, Sunshine says. Pledges are not binding. Yeah, I know. That's what I found out from the Johnny Depp trial. Pledges are not binding. Meet Alvin Calero Martinez, a criminal alien from Honduras. He has a career criminal, which included vehicle theft, larceny, trespassing, burglary, and forced entry. Yes. Start small. And property damage, possession of stolen property, and drug possession. Start small. It is Momember November, so we're trying to push memberships for Momember November. Yeah, he looks evil, this guy. He looks like he kills people. Every single one of these criminal illegal aliens was reached back onto the streets of Charlotte, North Carolina to terrorize American citizens. How can anyone defend this? People in authority allow these evil men to be put back on the streets. North Carolina need to be put in prison. Oh, it says Border Commander Bavino just posted this. Let's see. All right, we can't play this. It's got straight up copyrighted music. That's just ridiculous. This is this criminal illegal alien from Mexico had a panic attack and was taken to a hospital. He attempted to escape by climbing into the ceiling tiles from the hospital bathroom. He was unsuccessful and was apprehended inside the ceiling by law enforcement. I like TJ in the 90s. He's a prior arrest for assault. They say, oh my God, ICE just shoot a Hispanic man. Oh yeah, they just shot him, huh? That's fucking lies. Why did they come up with this shit? Making shit up. ICE has announced an operation to conduct welfare checks on 450,000 unaccompanied minors Biden placed with unvetted sponsors. Many were sex traffickers, gang members, and abusers. 24,000 have been recovered. Not a day goes by that Trump hasn't made this country safer.
ICE announcing a brand new operation to conduct welfare checks on the 450,000 children that the Biden administration placed with unvetted sponsors, some of whom were sex traffickers, gang members, and abusers. The Trump administration has already located more than 24,400 children, and some of these stories are absolutely heartbreaking, like this one. A 1-year-old unaccompanied minor crossed the border during the Obama administration. That little girl is now 12 years old. During her 11 years in America, she lived with a series of relatives and endured horrifying abuse. According to Fox's Brooke Taylor, she was found in the custody of 2 sisters who have now been arrested. The 12-year-old was found, quote, with injuries all over her body, extreme malnutrition, and an infected gash on her head and zip ties around her wrist. Among those who abused this innocent child were her one-time sponsor, a distant uncle that she was placed with in 2024, despite being an illegal immigrant with a criminal conviction. That sponsor, that alleged abuser, was given temporary protected status by the Biden administration. Why? Here is video that Brooke Taylor obtained of the Trump administration arresting that man just yesterday. This is just one of the nearly 500,000 children that the Trump administration is seeking to protect. And this operation comes after the administration announced that Operation Dirtbag, conducted in partnership with the state of Florida, resulted in the arrest of 230 criminal illegal immigrants, including 150 sexual predators. Here was Deputy ICE Director Madison Sheehan announcing that development.
In just 10 days, we've been able to remove, in partnership with the state of Florida, over 230 of the worst heinous criminals from their streets. Our job as law enforcement is to protect the most vulnerable. Democrats will tell you that that is the criminal illegal aliens who they have let run free in our communities, but not this group of law enforcement. We know that it's the children that is our job to protect.
Wow, that's crazy. That's just crazy. Well, everybody, I just wanted to say that I want to thank everybody who was here tonight. Please remember to hit the like and subscribe. Like, scribe, and all that jazz if you haven't already. I tried to give it a little longer. I gave us an extra 15 minutes just to see if it would, something would happen. So we actually almost got the whole second hour anyway. It was 15 minutes away from that whole second hour. I tried. We'll try again tomorrow. That's all we can do. And I want to thank everybody. Please remember, hit the like, subscribe. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. And, please leave a comment. If, please leave a comment on the video. If you like the video, don't like the video, leave a comment. I try to reply to all the comments. I want to thank everybody who was here. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Come on back for Jim to tell you the news.